So we'll start. So welcome to you all. There are apparently a lot of students that have enrolled themselves to the conference, but they are not coming. They have not come yet. So we'll see. So right now we are a small circle of pietists that coming together here to pray and to do the devotion for science and so on and so on. But first I give the word to Caroline Wöschner, who is from the library. And
yeah, thank you. I won't speak long. I just wanted to welcome everyone in the name of the National and University Library of Strasbourg. And we are very happy that this event can now take place here and online at the same time. So I wish everyone a nice days and well.
Yeah.
That's it.
Thank you very much. So thank you very much to the library, to the BNU. So, some of you that have already been here, you know that this collaboration with the library here is very important to us as for our university, and I think it's very important to us all in humanities, because I mean, these biologists, they have the laboratories and the chemists and so on, and this library, this is our laboratory, and so this collaboration, strong collaboration that we have with the laboratory here, the library is wonderful. Oh, more like, okay, great. Is very important to us, and has proven to be a major vector of our research and work here. But I want to start with the theme of our conference. We have 3 names here, but only 2 people. So Joachim is coming in some minutes. He is coming from Freiburg. So this project has been is on collaboration between Freiburg and Strasbourg, and a little bit Basel as well. Freiburg is just about an hour away from here, so that's why it's very important to us. So he's coming right now, and this collaboration with Freiburg and Basel is very important to us, because we are all small departments here, but together it's a fascinating and rich milieu. So just I want to say some words on the context. So the context is our overall project on the aesthetics of Protestantism in Northern Europe, that was launched by Lena Rohrbach in Basel, Joachim Grage and me in 2018, and some of you were here already for the 2018 conference, and when I hear 2018 I think, oh, it's like yesterday. But it was very nice beginning, and I'm promising the volume is about to be ready. But I mean, there were so many small complications, like there's something that is called Corona, and the last thing on this is that the proofreader had got COVID, and so it's not reading as fast as she wanted to. So, but I'm promising this wonderful volume on the aesthetics of Protestantism, #1, is coming out soon. I wrote 2022. Is that right? Something? No, I don't know. Yeah, very soon. So I hope this is big. So then we had this next, the next period when we got some money from University of Strasbourg, from the excellence program, on this small project that is coming out that we are centering around today, the forgotten roots of the Nordic welfare states and Protestant cultures, and we had the chance to invite Søren to come here for 2 years, and 2 years that we wanted to make a lot of things, and we did a lot of things, but it was not so in the town and so on and so on, but it was enormously rich. And just, I have to share it with you because it's so, I'm sorry. So last Monday we got the confirmation that we can continue with the project with funding from the French and German research organization DFG-ANR. So I hope that this conference will be so interesting to you that you will say, yes, let's come back and continue discussing. Because, I mean, as we all Protestants know, that the building that we're starting here is not finished. It will never be finished, yeah? So our the context of this project was that we had observed that there seemed to be 5 abstract transhistorical principles that are dominating modern aesthetics in Scandinavia, that can be argued to derive from Protestant thinking and practice. So there's one is simplicity. So if you remember from the first conference, it was 4 principles. Now we have 5. I don't remember which one was added, but I mean, so the first one is simplicity. And when we see here this painting that we already used at the first conference by Hjortshøj, we see this very simple staging of the and composition of the painting with very few colors and so on and so on. We have logocentrism, so a very interest for the power of the word, of what the word as a sign can do. And I know we have some semiotic professor of semiotics here that perhaps it's not by chance that there are much interest in semiotics in Scandinavia. So we have something that we're calling the tension between pronounced individualism and collectivism. So in Scandinavian societies, but which has an impact on the aesthetics. So this idea of that at the one side, each individual member of society wants to become itself, realize itself, but in responsibility and in interaction with the collective, with a lot of So he is not so collective right now at the painting, but more the individual that is centered around the word here. But this word that is related to the world, so this relatedness to the world is very important as well, as a principle that it is not only about later, and it's about working today and have an influence today. And then there is this question of ethics, that aesthetic works should never be only for aesthetics, or should never be, but in this great, but it's about being engaged. And so we have several experts here of Georg Brandes, for example, the great Danish critic. One is here, no, not Georg Brandes, it's not writing, but one of the experts is right here. It says that literature has to engage, has to make debate and so on, otherwise it's not living. But we have even this idea of the consciousness is so important that this quote from, which is supposedly from Luther, that is probably not from Luther, but was proposed in many pamphlets, that Luther said, "Here I stand, I can do no other," is very much part of this aesthetics. And we come back to this a little later in a moment. But another thing that was very important then, when we were trying to with all these reflection about Max Weber and about of the sociologue Max Weber on the influence of Protestantism on the spirit of capitalism, and we will come, I think, back to this theme several times in the conference. And he is describing the Protestant as a secular monk, so as somebody that has transferred a lot of ideas that come from monastery and monastic practice to everyday life, to structure the day according to the belief, and this idea of work and pray together has come to a secular sphere. And when we were discussing this, we were coming to this one as well. So another secular monk, is Fukuyama and Søren and me were writing a little paper on this, on Greta Thunberg as a secular monk that is staying here and can no other, in a very simple manner. And when I was looking for a nice illustration, I found these T-shirts. And I thought, I mean, this was enormously, tremendously, I mean, to have this simple young lady that is with very simple means standing there in front of the castle, Stockholm's castle, and now we have her here as a comedy, as a product. And I mean, but at first I was shocked, but then I thought, but this is quite in Protestant practice. I mean, Luther, I mean, at one time I think it was 1/3 of all German books were written by Luther, or supposed to be written by Luther. Or even, I mean, the Pietists, Second Reformation, they were very much informed by this idea of using the new media of the time. And so this being like using the new media of the time is part of this relativism to the world, this, and all these other principles. And so what one can say that aesthetics here is not just about beauty. Aesthetics here is not just what is considered to be beautiful at a given time, but it is much more about, it is even about structuring social behavior, relations between people, practice, and so on and so on. So this seemingly so innocent project of what aesthetics, what is beautiful, has consequences, I think, in society, and this is what's interests us here. And just to quote another famous no longer Protestant, Swedish no longer Protestants, LNK, who asked for beauty for everyone, and this was not just to say, yeah, we need all cozy Hüge apartments, but this is a project for the life, and I think that's very important. What's very so we, as you know, we has to postpone several times this conference because of Corona, and so unfortunately, in the first version we had 2 or 3 communications about LNK, and we hope that in the volume that we will perhaps produce afterwards, there will be some project on LNK. Yeah. So, but I would just very shortly come back, like on this, from these principles about practice, and so this relation between practice and beauty, so aesthetics. Come back to this picture that we made on the internet as a communication thing. This is from the Workers' Museum in Copenhagen. I don't know if you all know it. It's a wonderful place that was built by the workers' movement, or supposed to be built by the workers' movement at the end of the 19th century as a meeting and festival hall. And when I was there for the first time, I was so much impressed by the interaction with church architecture in this building. We have these 3 naves. They have, I don't know if you see it, there around these small doors, you have the pictures, not the pictures of the life of Jesus, but of the life of the workers. And then you have this central altar piece there in the background. But that is not like the red flag or some workers with big muscles, what you can find in this time, but a bucolic scene. And then we will speak about these big colleague scenes in a minute, from national Danish nature. So these people, these workers, when they were celebrating themselves, they were connecting to this nature that is lost for them. That was not their everyday experience. So there's some part, and I think this concept of nostalgia as a productive or as a less productive category could be as well an important place, important element. And another thing that is, I think, another element that we will discuss several times here is the importance of nature as a transcendental place in modern aesthetics, where this experience of God is remade, and after a while period God is missed, and we will no longer meet God, but just nature and this big whatever. But of course, things are much more difficult than that. Oh yes, here. No, this is when welfare states are discussed. Often, we do not talk so much about religion and these religious origins. And so, Inga Hammer, who was a very interesting feminist scholar, thought that a lot of cultural studies is religion blind, just as a lot of studies were gender blind a long time. So the question that we are asking in the whole project is this question of, but where do we find all these religious traces, and how can we, with this perspective, renew our understanding of the cultural history of Scandinavia. But of course, when we are talking about aesthetics of Protestantism, there is no such thing as aesthetics of Protestantism, as it is not a homogeneous Protestant. There's very many characters of what might appear typical Protestant are not exclusively Protestant. We know that. The interest for the word, I mean, the humanist thinking, even Catholics they were interested in the word, and so on and so on. So how we would like describe now this Protestant aesthetics is even as a corpus of ideals, ideas, and practices that were typical for the religious milieus in the Nordic countries in the last 5 centuries in a specific moment. And of course, internal and diachronic heterogeneity was important for these many actors, and there were different aesthetic paradigms. And of course, this is typical for Protestantism as well, that you always will have several milieus and several. I mean, if you are not happy with your pastor at one time, you will go to another parish and create another aesthetics. Yeah. So, and I think that this was very important is to see this difference between the ideal and the actual practice. So, the ideal practice and so what is typical, what is told to be typical, and what is really done. And there, of course, an interaction. And of course, as Arne and Olisand, you have said that in this last conference that you will be able to read soonly. So what seems to be typically Protestant aesthetics at this today has not always been Scandinavian aesthetics of Protestantism. So here we have the coming of Gustav den Andre Adolf to Pomerania, and this is a major moment of Protestant arrival in Europe and of the feast of Protestantism in Scandinavia. But this is not at all the Protestantism that we see when we're talking about the aesthetics of Protestantism. It comes probably with Pietism and the revival movement, all these Protestant, new Protestant aesthetics. And this is, of course, something that is discovered at several, discussed in many ways already here and there, and but should be systemized, I think. The first one is first volume here is the first picture is of a volume about the women's movement and Rich's thought and influences. Then you have, of course, there in the middle this wonderful novel by Per Olof Enquist about the interaction of the workers' movement, the modernization project, and the Pentecost movements, and so on. So wonderful. Then you have, and this is, I think, quite interesting and astonishing for French people, the importance of this revivalist heritage for the Scandinavian cultures in nations. So we have this picture by Tiedemann, the Haugianer, that is not only reference to one of the major modernization movements, revivalist modernization movements of Norway, but even a part of a national project of what is a Norwegian. And in a similar way, you can have these altarpieces by Bror Hjort in the 20th century about the Laestadianus, about the Laestadianus movement in Laponia. And what we can say that the most popular movements, folklore, are either revivalist or very much influenced by revivalist movement. And so this is something that we have to discuss. Of course, this is often much complicated, because I mean you have this wonderful Haugianer, and then you have Tiedemann some years later making a picture on the fanatics that are more in the north. You see the Sami people there. So there are good and bad revivalists, apparently. So just small words, and then I'll leave the last words, and then I'll leave to Søren. So this question of welfare state and pietism and revivalism has already been discussed, for example, by Henrik Horsbol, that was interested in the question of how the concept of welfare was promoted by state Protestantism by somebody like Erik Pontoppidan. And here I have an edition from 1932. So the book is from 1734, but it was re-edited and re-edited and re-edited, and is like really like a guideline for what is good Protestant behavior in Norway, or even in Denmark. And he is arguing quite convincingly that this had an influence on the practice, not only of the social practice, but even on the aesthetic practice and the ideas of what should be a welfare.
And this was also the first, curriculum for
universal
education.
The first curriculum for university education.
Confirmation as a confirmation.
So, and this something that I was really interested in, thought was that the confirmation as an exam at 14 years, what is so typical for Protestants, was introduced at this time by him, by these people, just to assure that people have a certain level of education. So everything that you have to know about life is standing here in this book. So we hope that Horst Hersbacher has promised to write an article to us, so he could not come last minute. And as has Nina Vitocek, that is even a very interesting researcher here in our context, that wrote in this The Origins of Goodness, that many pietist-inspired movements were not just refounding religion, but contributing to a civic Bildung. Yeah, that is now my German becomes English. so the education and so on and so on. So, and she's arguing, and I think very convincingly, even if you have to add more layers to her argumentation, that this Scandinavian special way to modernity is influenced exactly by these milieus, and if by the question of that the Enlightenment is often transmitted by pastors and so on and so on. Yeah. So I just wanted to even to show you this small publication from our colleague in Sorbonne that wrote, so just published 2022 or some weeks ago, another study about the importance of revival movements for the modernization of Norway and Sweden. And so what on our project we had seen is that we have to make some prioritization of this question of Protestantism and aesthetics. So we have a first period from Reformation to approximately 1750, to until the advent of the Pietists. Then we have this Pietist revival, new forms of community and identity that have an influence on the making of the nation and of the thought and the reflection on what should be the welfare state. And then we have the third period, the modernism welfare state and its consequences, which is interesting us now today, even if we go back in our communications on the prehistory as well. And why is the title Forgotten Roots? So here we have this, if all this is true, so why is Mark Childs, for example, who is considered one of these important actors that has coined the image of the welfare state, he's not really mentioning all these Christian perspectives. Hi, Joachim. So when we look at this cover picture, we see the workers, we see the farmers, we see the administrative people, we see happy children, happy buildings, nature, but no king and no church. So apparently we have forgotten some roots.
Okay, ja, thank you. Hvad er det, jeg trykker på det der, eller hvad?
Det er præcis.
Ja. Welcome, and welcome Joachim. And so I'll take over now from Thomas and speak a little bit about the topic of the conference by adding some perspectives to why it's important to, interconnect research on aesthetics of Protestantism with the Nordic welfare state. Because as all participants probably have noticed, in recent years the Nordic welfare states have been celebrated around the world in surveys of social trust and happiness. And a few years ago, even Francis Fukuyama, of course well known for his end of history thesis, has in his nation building oriented books and articles put forward the Nordic welfare states as a role model as regards how to build democratic and egalitarian societies. However, in the welfare research, most likely because of recent years, general focus on which kind of research areas that are the most useful and valuable, the majority of research in the area of welfare studies has been conducted in the sociological, economically related fields of science, and there has also been examples of countries which, mainly following results in this research, have tried to implement Nordic welfare institutions, but to my knowledge, it hasn't been much of a success, and it has not led to the same kind of ratings on social trust. And as such, it seems that to be more complicated than merely having other countries build and copy similar educational institutions or implementing a similar flexicurity system. And also, let me just in this context elaborate a little bit more on this term of the welfare state, because inevitably, in all modern Western states are welfare states in the sense that they all, even in the most liberal model, provide and facilitate different welfare tasks for its citizens, either in an educational, institutional sense, healthcare system-wise, or through varying degrees of a social welfare system. And in this PowerPoint, we can see Gösta Esping Andersen's famous division of the welfare state model into three different models. The liberal one, exemplified, for example, by the American type of welfare state, the social democratic, the Nordic, and then the conservative corporatist, by which he referred to, for example, the German type of welfare state system. As regards how the Nordic welfare states have been built, there's another point that I want to make in the context of how and in which degree this model has been influenced by the Nordic Protestant traditions, because I believe that in many other countries and regions of the world, it's also more logic that the dominant religious traditions and the biggest churches and movements still play and have for centuries in a continuous way played an important role regarding nation building and different welfare society fields. Because in many countries, Christian-based political parties still play an important parliamentary role, or as it is also the case in many southern European countries, in the context of social welfare work, and how for example, the poorest and most precarious parts of society are being helped. Different churches, different kinds of religious movements also still play an evident and visible role. But in Scandinavia, and I think this is the case in all the Scandinavian countries, it seems to be the case that many people pursue the Nordic welfare state and the tradition of this as only having a secular background. It seems that this Max Weber notion of disenchantment, viewing modernization and secularization as moving from like Christian influenced societies to rationalistic societies, has been very evident in a Nordic context, at least. But I think that it's also important, also in the context of which kind of challenges that the Nordic welfare states have today, that we don't merely think about religious traditions as something that is, backwards or anachronistic. It's my impression, that certain the narratives of secularization of the 20th century have had the effect that many believe that, religious traditions are something that belongs to the past, something that we have progressively, so to speak, developed away from in the 20th and 21st century. If we look at the research that already has been done, in the cultural, literary, and historical oriented part of the welfare research, particularly, and I think this is the case in all the Scandinavian countries, the social democratic parties have been emphasized as the primary secular shapers and builders of the Nordic welfare states, with, for example, also Gunnar and Elvar Myrdals Kris i befolkningsfrågan and related writings as having provided the framework and economic democratic visions for how the Nordic welfare states should be constructed after World War II. Of course, there's also been important contributions by which specific types of Protestantism have been accentuated as key, for example, in a Danish context, particularly through the writings of Eucor, but also Francis Fukuyama. The Protestant reformist NFS Grundtvig has come to stand as the, besides the Social Democratic Party, the second founding pillar in the dominating research on how the Danish welfare state was founded. And Grundtvig and his heritage has, in this context, particularly been linked to the peasants' co-op movements and the type of enlightening and education conducted at the people high schools, the Grundtvig Højskole institution, and of course also the political party of Venstre, which traditionally in Denmark was the peasant party. And I think that, in this way, in recent years, there has been established a solid narrative, but perhaps also, a view at the past from the present, by which, the two biggest political parties, in present-day Denmark have been emphasized. On the one hand, the Social Democratic Party. On the other hand, Venstre, a liberal conservative party. And of course, this seems as a very, appropriate synthesis, you could say. But I think that, if we go back in history and examine other sources, then of course many other actors and movements occur, and some of course also predates Grundtvig, and points to different types of Protestantism as important contribution factors. And for example, as Nina Vitocek has shed light on, some of the most significant actors of the Scandinavian Sonderweg seems to have been different pietist movements and pietist-inspired pastors and layman Christians movements. For example, in Norway, I believe that the nation-building role of Hjortshøj, has been emphasized in recent years. And if we move up to the last part of the 19th century, the early part of the 20th century, there also seems to be many interesting interconnections between different political ideologies. Some, like radical ideologies, left-wing ideologies, and Protestant visions where Christian eschatological and apocalyptic motives merge with political influenced modern utopias and dystopias. This we find in much Scandinavian working class literature from this period. And so, consequently, in the frame of our research project on the aesthetics of Protestantism in Northern Europe, we, the hosts, look very much forward to, in the next 2 days, hosting and organizing this conference. And we look forward to hearing about different revival movements, state Protestantisms, and different forms of Protestant spiritualisms, but of course also about cultural and secularized forms of Protestantism and other branches of the study of the cultural, religious, and literary history of the Scandinavian countries in the context of the Nordic welfare states. Thank you.
Great, I think we just, so welcome to Joachim, of course. So you were cited, quoted, of course, at the beginning. We will come to you. Great, Cependant. Okay.
Jeg testede den lige før, så jeg tror godt, jeg kan få den sat til. Let's see. Måske kan du skaffe noget strøm. Ja, det er den her, jeg skal have fat i. Super. How do I do this? Maybe I'll take it to the side. Something like this. Okay. Seems to work.
So we are very happy that Frederik Schanfeldt is here, so professor from Aalborg, from idea history, and a great expert of semiotics. And guess I leave you the scene.
Thank you so much. Come on now. But thank you for having me here. I'm very happy to get the invitation here. Why doesn't this work? Here it is. Super. Took a bit. And especially I think I owe you a thank because in a certain sense I'm a skeptic as to your main hypothesis. So it's a sort of courageous of you to invite me as the very first speaker here because I'm not so convinced about the virtues of Protestantism as most of you seem to be. What I say here will to a large extent be based on this book, a large 2-volume book, came out last year. Henrik Horsbøl, who was just mentioned, was one of my co-authors. Ulrik Langen, an 18th century historian, was the other, and that deals with the very special occasion in Denmark-Norway in the year 1770, where all of a sudden full press freedom was introduced to last only 3 tumultuous years. And the book is the first book going into great detail with what really happened in that 3-year period. Came out last year on the 250th anniversary of press freedom. During that period, it so happened that around 1,000 pamphlets all of a sudden emerged on the market, primarily in Copenhagen, also to some degree in Norwegian and Danish provincial towns, but primarily in Copenhagen. Luckily, most of them were collected by a prescient official, one Bolle Lykstorff, member of the Danish Chancellery, who saw that this was a unique situation, so he organized a collection. So actually we have most of what was published during the period. And the book was made possible due to a Carlsberg grant. So here's the Carlsberg logo. And it also included the digitization of this collection, Lykstorff's collection. So everybody can now address that collection at the Royal Library homepage. To say something brief about the press freedom period, it was introduced September the 14th, 1770. It was the first piece of legislation bearing the mark of the German radical enlightener, Johann Friedrich Struensee, who rose to full power for a short but intense 16 months period as the physician of the young King Christian VII. Struensee here, King Christian here, in the middle. The king, as some of you know, was a strange figure. As a young teenager, he had been known for his intelligence and his wits, but already now, in his early 20s, he was beginning to show signs of what we nowadays would call schizophrenia. But he took a liking to his new doctor, Struensee, and that proved the way to Struensee to acquire practical power in the double monarchy of Denmark-Norway. He was backed by an established group of top officers, the French General Saint-Germain, 2 German-sounding Danes, Gähler and Rantzau, who had been machinating through the 1760s in order to change Danish absolutism, and now they found their tool at court, namely Struensee. They wished to have a more enlightened version of absolutism. They wished to do away with the old state council dominated by nobles and what they saw as the vested interest of those nobles. And Struensee began at great pace to introduce a large number of reforms, including obviously free speech as the very first one, the introduction of meritocracy in state offices, the liberation of peasants and the regulation of the corvée that is the forced labor by the peasants at the manor houses, the liberalization of sexual and morality legislations, abolishment of torture, and much more. I'll come back to that in more detail. The press freedom period ended soon. Struensee's reforms also involved a number of social institutions. I'll also come back to that in more detail, like the support for widows, a general nursing institution, state care for orphan kids, etc. But already January 72, Struensee was toppled by a palace revolution and was executed outside of Copenhagen by April 28th. Here's sort of the official picture. You have Struensee's decapitated head here, dripping with blood here. That was the end of the Struensee era, but it was not the immediate end of press freedom, because that lasted almost 2 years more, until late 73, where it was finally dismantled by the new government, spearheaded by the theologian Ove Guldberg. So it was a sort of Protestant counter-revolution against Struensee. So in order to understand Protestantism here, I think we got to look a bit back, because there were several Protestantisms in Copenhagen active during the press freedom period. Like in most Protestant countries, the Reformation led to the immediate formation of a state church. In Denmark, Norway, 1536, now spearheaded by the king as supreme head of the superintendents, that is, the bishops. Luther's traveling right hand, Johannes Bugenhagen, organized the detail of Reformation in Copenhagen, along with the first Lutheran bishop of Zealand, Peter Palladius. Here we have Bugenhagen and Palladius. 1537, preprint censorship was introduced, what Struensee abolished almost 250 years later. Now it was presided by the Academic Council of the University of Copenhagen, led by the theology professors. In principle, it was they who decided what could be published in this big realm, Denmark, Norway, and the duchies, Schleswig-Holstein, all the way up to Hamburg. That was sort of, the extension of the realm at that point. Through this 16th and 17th century, the new Danish state church did much to enforce the new belief on congregations with forced church attendance, Eucharist participation, etc. And there was large, recurring, organized campaigns against disbelievers. It was the Lutherans who introduced witch burning in the realm. The first burnt witch was 1540, 4 years after the Reformation. There was a large campaign against so-called crypto-Calvinism in the late decades of the 16th and early decades of the 17th century. Later in the 17th century, there was a strong campaign against so-called crypto-Catholics, particularly in Norway, where adherence to Catholicism stood strong. And a bit later in the 17th century, strong campaigns against enthusiasts and mystics and so on. All children should learn to read, not in order to become enlightened, but in order to be examined in Luther's catechism as a precondition for the access to the Eucharist, the access to marriage, the access to property owning, etc. Poverty and illness, which I think is important in a welfare state perspective, was generally seen by the Lutherans, the early Lutherans, as just divine punishment for lack of faith. So that's just not an idea that's easily leads into welfare institution. And they had the idea, to some degree prevalent even 250 years later in the press freedom period, they had the idea that if such lack of faith spread in the population, God would punish not only the non-believers, but he would punish the whole country and state with hunger, with pandemics, with rinderpest, with civil unrest, with war. So lack of faith was not only a theological problem, it was perceived as an acute political problem, because if unbelief spread in the state, it would cause immediate political danger for the government. So I think that the contribution of Lutheranism to freedom of faith, in short, is somewhat exaggerated. And I fear that the same thing may hold for the social institutions. Then come pietism, which I think is the big exception here. And I think that much of what theologians erroneously, to my mind, ascribe to Lutheranism, sincere, heartfelt belief, the individualization of faith, private Bible reading, self-organization of congregations, organized proselytizing, missions, social amelioration projects, etc., is really the project of pietism rather than it is of Lutheranism. Pietism, of course, originated in Germany in the late decades of the 17th century with Spener. You have Spener up here, upper right. As all large movements, it spread from the very beginning over a whole spectrum of different positions. You can point out two sort of ideal types here. There's radical pietism, vehemently against Lutheranism, against state churches, against dogma, and there's state pietism developed by August Francke in Halle, Hallensian pietism, which became institutionally strong in Denmark, particularly through Christian VI in the 1730s. But here I'll spend a bit more time on the radical pietists because they figure only marginally in the standard narration that you get if you ask Danish theologians. They have sort of forgot that they were there in a certain sense. But they played a similar role at the time. Radical pietists look back on a radical tradition going back to Caspar Schwenkfeld at Luther's time, later Johann Arndt, and very often they became inspired by Gottfried Arnold. It's Gottfried Arnold we have down here, and his enormous Unparteiische Kirchen- und Ketzergeschichte from 1699. That was a sort of founding book for radical pietism, because what he did there was to look at heretics from an unpartisan viewpoint. So he didn't condemn them, he just described them all the way down through the history of the churches. So this book provides a sort of important source material to the radical pietists. Here they could read in a non-derogatory way about all sorts of heretics and mystics, and that proved a sort of strong inspiration for radical pietists. Some even demanded freedom of faith, freedom of speech, bordering on early enlightenment, such as the alchemist Dippel, which might have been the original Dr. Frankenstein. I'll come back to this guy in a slide. But first, something about pietisms. In Denmark from around 1700, in Denmark, radical pietism spread among particularly German-speaking Copenhageners. At that time, Copenhagen was partially a German-speaking town. Around 15 to 20% of Copenhageners were German-speaking, so radical pietism spread among them, while state pietism grew strong with King Frederik IV and Christian VI through the first half of the 18th century. The standard state pietism package, as you could call it, was imported in Copenhagen, an institution with an orphanage, primarily the so-called Waisenhus, located in Copenhagen just opposite the town hall, with a school, a hospital, pharmacy, church, print shop, bookstore. That was sort of the standard package from Halle. And of course, here you can speak about social institutions. But Orthodox Lutherans in the top of the church didn't like this. They argued strongly against it. So in the 1720s, 30s, there was a clash between the Orthodox Lutherans, the top theology professors, the bishops on the one hand, and the new pietists Lutherans, on the other hand, the Orthodox Lutherans protested against these pietists and hypocrite idiots. They said proselytizing is nowhere described in the Bible. God has revealed his truths once and for all, and there should not be people traveling around the world telling stuff. It's illegitimate. So there was a strong clash there, and it became the task of Christian VI to sort of negotiate this clash between Orthodox Lutherans and pietists on the one hand, on the other hand, and he introduced the Generalkirkeinspektionskollegiet, the General Church Inspection College, in which he handpicked pietists to sit along with the Orthodox Lutherans in order to sort of mitigate this clash in the church. So the upshot was that the very pietist Christian VI, he waged a double war in what has been called the Second Reformation of the 1730s, you know, where confirmation was introduced, like Søren said. One was that it was a battle against the Orthodox Lutheran top clergy. Against them, Christian introduced confirmation, ordered the publication, as we saw, of a new pietist catechism explanation, just like he reorganized censorship so as to allow for pietist publications, which the Orthodox Lutherans would not give imprimatur. They would not allow the printing of pietist stuff. So that was sort of the one side of Christian's struggle. The other side was against the radical pietists outside of the church, such as Enevold Evald, Marie Wolf, Zinzendorf, whom he first liked but later kicked out of Copenhagen, the Herrnhuters, and these radical pietists were met with penalties and banishments. Here we have a radical pietist who was banished by the Danes to Bornholm, the island in the Baltic Sea. He's a particularly interesting guy, and I think you should learn a bit about him. He also has a connection to Strasbourg. He was born on Burg Frankenstein, not so far from here, to the south of Darmstadt, very much inspired by Gottfried Arnold and his Ketzergeschichte that I just mentioned. He studied in Gießen, but from there he came here to Strasbourg, and here in this city he was converted to pietism by Spener, and so he became a radical pietist of the most inflammatory kind, and he began to publish widely against Lutheran orthodoxy. He saw the Lutheran state churches as a new sort of popedom, and he, for instance, wrote Orthodoxia Orthodoxorum, which means the hellish dogma of the Orthodox. So he basically claimed that the Lutherans constituted a new papacy. He also became an alchemist, experimenting with dead bodies, producing medicines and colorings like Prussian blue. It was his invention, and so he was a very mixed figure there. He also worked as a doctor. In the year 1713, he was called to Altona, the southernmost Danish city at the time, a big city. It was the number 2 city of the whole realm of Denmark-Norway in terms of size, but it has been burnt down by the Swedes in the year 1712 during the Great Northern War, so now it should be rebuilt. So the king sent a couple of top noblemen down there, and they hired Dibble to come to Altona because they thought he could make gold, so he could sort of support the reconstruction of Altona. And so he went there, and there was organized a lab for him in Altona, and he even appeared as the sort of personal pietist advisor of King Frederick IV. But not clever of him, he interfered with politics. He attacked the wife of the mayor of Altona for interfering in court cases, and so he had to flee to Hamburg, but he was caught, and he was sentenced as a heretic. His books were burned at the stake in Altona, and he himself was chained and transported via Copenhagen all the way to Bornholm, where he was incarcerated at Hammershus, where he spent 7 years in the same cell where Corfitz Ulfeldt had been sitting earlier. But Dibbel was an international celebrity at the time, so there was continuous pressure against the Danish throne to get him out, and in 1726 they succeeded, and he got out, and he went to Sweden, only to be met by celebrating Swedish depilians. He had acquired a following of radical pietists, at least both in Stockholm, in Kristianstad, and in Copenhagen. But of course the Swedish Lutherans didn't like that, and the brothers Benzelius persuaded the Swedish king to kick him out of Sweden again. So he was kicked out. He came back to Copenhagen, where he was received again by celebratory depilians in the Copenhagen population. The theologians will never tell you this. But he was, again he was banished from Copenhagen and sought refuge in Berleburg, in the middle of Germany, where Count Wittgenstein allowed for all sorts of dissenters to come up. I mean, like early enlighteners or pietists or other dissenters. They sort of found a free place with Count Wittgenstein there. And here he teamed up with another important radical pietist, I'll come back to him, Johann Samuel Karl, and they began publishing the international radical pietist journal Geistliche Pharma, which even came out in the US, which was not yet the US, of course. I mean, the English colonies in America. And he claimed to have invented a sort of elixir which would give him eternal life, or at least very long life, but it didn't seem to work because he died there in 1734. Maybe it was Prussian blue, so rumors had it that when he was found dead at the castle he was blue, and some people still say that his blue ghost can be seen at the Schloss Berleburg. So I'm planning to go there in order to see it. Now when I'm down here, actually the day after tomorrow, I'll be going up to Frankenstein to see his birthplace. Another radical pietist, 20 years later, suffered a parallel destiny at the hands of the Danish court. In 1735, Dibbel's friend, Karl, as I mentioned, was hired by Christian VI as his personal physician. He was a radical pietist, he was also a doctor, and he succeeded in curing some of the Queen's maladies, so he stayed there. He was also the maternal grandfather of Struens, the instigator of press freedom a generation later, so there's also an interesting connection there. But in 1741, Karl was banished from the realm for the publication of a diatribe against the Lutheran churches and the Christian states. Here he wrote that there was a lacking care for the poor in Lutheran states. He said that in the huts of peasants you find more children stricken with poverty and distress than in heathen areas, than in pagan areas. If you have a little left when the landowner has taken his share, fat and lazy priests will take the rest for themselves. Also the towns are ripe with cries of complaint, but there's no state provision of bread to the starving. That was a thing that his grandchild Struens would do one generation later. I mean, provide bread for the starving. And in 1742, as if to conclude, the Danish-Norwegian law was passed against so-called conventicles, that is, pietist meetings outside of the church. They were prohibited by the pietist king Christian VI. His idea was that pietism should be enshrined in the church institution. It should not be allowed to flourish outside of it. You could also say we discussed that, Søren, that 1742 was also the year of the banishment of another radical pietist, namely Søren Bølle. He had come from Jutland to the south of Norway and organized a sort of sect there, and he was together with three of his top organizing friends, he was banished from the realm, and he had to go to Altona, where there was more liberty. And he took with him his whole congregation of around 40 people from Kongsberg in the south of Norway. So that was another radical pietist being banished. So you can see there was a big struggle here, and I mean, theologians not always speak so much about this side of pietism, so that was why I thought I should mention it here. Coming closer to the press freedom period, we must also pay attention to rationalism, which was, of course, a completely different current in Danish-Norwegian Protestantism became strong during the 1750s. Now Christian VI had died, and Frederick V was on the throne, and there was a new young theology professor, Peder Rosenstand Geuske, in Copenhagen, and he began introducing neology, the ideas of Christian Wolff, and behind him, of course, Leibniz, and teaching these ideas to the young theologians in Copenhagen. Rationalists claimed that there was an agreement of faith and reason. They should not be seen as opposites, but a sort of collaborators, and they even claimed that much of Christian doctrine, probably not all, but much of it could be proven by reason. They also sought to continue the classical Protestant war against superstition. They found further traces of superstition in classic Lutheranism. Many rationalists doubted the existence of miracles, for instance. Some of them doubted the existence of original sin, and so on and so forth. So also here, of course, in the Grand Movement, different positions developed. So-called supranaturalism sought to preserve miracles as against more radical rationalists. On the other hand, they took care to distinguish themselves against freethinkers like the British deists, Anthony Collins and Tyndall and John Toland and these guys. So the picture was that young, enterprising theologians and priests in the 1760s, 1770s were rationalists, like Ove Guldberg, the later statesman, Balthasar Münter, Schönheiter, etc. So status in Copenhagen at the start of press freedom period was that we had still Orthodox Lutheran sort of pre-pietists there, survived in a number of clergy. For instance, the Bishop of Zealand, Ludvig Harbo, the top professor at university, Peter Holm, who had refuted Dibbel in his habilitation, and many individual priests. A main press freedom writer, Christian Thura, he was an Orthodox Lutheran raging against Christian VII's godlessness, warning about God's revenge on state and country. Pietism, now no longer in favor with the court, survived with a large central orphanage, Waisenhuset, with the church, as well as in a number of individual priests and congregations. One of the main press freedom writers, Bynck, was the son of a pietist tailor against whom he rebelled. Rationalism was a new elite fashion in Copenhagen, audience flocking to Münter's German sermons in the St. Peter Church, or to the young Schönheiter in the University Church of Trinitatis. A long-planned abolishment in the early part of the Struense period, the abolishment of a number of churchly holidays, which had been in the pipeline for several years. It was seen by many as a sign of Struense's godlessness and atheism, and even an attack on the church and God. But the funny thing it has been approved by the General Church Inspection College. But nevertheless, it gave Struense this evil reputation. The first strong pamphlet in press freedom was written by a Norwegian in Copenhagen, Jacob Christian Bie, under the pen name of Philopatreias, the lover of the fatherland. He attacked three social groups: grain speculators, which was an easily decodable name for the high nobility, the lawyers, and the priests. His pamphlet was immediately understood to support the new Struense government and their abolishment of the noble-dominated state council. So his attacks on the salaries of priests particularly proved incendiary and spread to a large debate, the largest debate in the press freedom period, about the utility or lack of utility of priests in society at large. And many clergy understood Philopatrias as a cover for a larger scale attack on the church and religion as such, if not on God himself. Martin Brun was the most prolific press freedom writer, publishing around 17 pieces during the period. Oftentimes he attacked the priesthood and celebrated mainstream enlightenment. He kept a sort of fascinated distance to outright materialists like Spinoza, Epicurus, La Métrie, such persons. Even he did lend credence to the standard rumor that atheists lived a more virtuous life than his fellow Christians in Copenhagen. He idealized opinion-governed absolutism, where the king took notes of opinions from all estates and all strata in society. He also attacked slavery in the Danish West Indies, and in an evil feud in the fall of 71, he attacked the priesthood of Copenhagen for being so rich and lazy as to refuse to come to the sickbed of dying Copenhageners. And this gave rise to a very evil debate, and he was doxed, as we call it nowadays on the internet. His name was revealed. Most of the pamphlets of press freedom were anonymous or pseudonymous, also his here. They described his looks and they claimed to know where he lived. We have no picture of him, so I had my daughter draw this picture. She's a cartoonist. Another interesting figure here is Christian Thura. I mentioned him. He was an Orthodox Lutheran, sort of the pre-pietist stripe. And he was a very aggressive pamphleteer. He was the first to attack the royal court for the intimate relation that had developed between Struensee and the Queen. You know, that's probably became the largest reason that he was toppled, that he had a sexual relation to the Queen. Never fuck the Queen, it's a bad idea. And that proved the beginning of a large debate on whoring through the summer of 71, turning Copenhagen sentiment against Struensee, primarily because of the discussion of this relationship. Later, Christian Thura was the first publicly to voice rumors about the king's ill mental health, and so his activity was among those who fueled that October the 7th, there were certain restrictions on press freedom. Now all pamphlets should be named, and libel particularly was no longer allowed. The year after the coup, after Struensee's execution, he published a large book called The Patriotic Truth Teller, that's how he saw himself, in which he attributed responsibility for the whole Struensee period to the king himself. But that was lese majesty, of course, and simultaneously, in you know, the old Lutheran fashion, he said that now God will punish the whole realm with Rinderpest as a divine punishment for Christian VII's evil regime. And that was too much even for the post-Struensee government. And so they banished Thura to the small Norwegian island of Munkholm at Trondheim in the spring of 73. We cannot look at press freedom without mentioning Josias Bønck. He was the second most prolific writer. As I said, he was the son of a pietist tailor, himself a failed theology student. And through the summer of 71, he began busily publishing pamphlets. And so in September 71, he voiced the most rude attack on the Queen, comparing her to several randy animals. For instance, an English horny dog. That was really tough stuff, and that also fed into the restriction of press freedom October. Simultaneously, he mocked a pietist conversion conventicle, you know, what had been prohibited by Christian VI in 1742, obviously still took place in Copenhagen. And his description of it bears all the mark that he has actually witnessed such a conventicle himself, even if he writes about it in a satirical manner. His interesting novel, Eve's Nightgown, is set in paradise, and it was a sort of ridicule of religion with the portrayal of the lustful conditions in Eden, where Eve is seduced by one Melchizedek. In short, in his version, paradise is analogous to a sort of Sex and the City description of contemporary Copenhagen. After the coup against Struensee in 1972, he sort of became a scapegoat for the new government. He suffered imprisonment in July, but in November, he, as cocky as ever, he launched a new periodical with incisive reviews of sermons by priests in Copenhagen churches. And that was too much. It became the pretext for the second restriction of press freedom, the first by the new post-Struensee government, with a law against reviewing sermons in December 1972. Martin Brun, whom I mentioned, he summed up his view in an ingenious text, a sort of autobiography of Satan in the spring of 1971, where he takes the devil as the narrator. He tells his tale. I'm a fallen angel. I'm rebelling against Christ, and I'm counting the Pope and Mohammed among my supporters, and everything goes well until Christian VII appeared on the scene. This terrible Enlightenment king of the North. He destroys my evil plans. So Brun sort of uses the devil to portray indirectly his own point of view as a supporter of the alleged Enlightenment of Christian VII. After the coup, however, Brun, like everybody else, seemed to have been shocked because now he, you know, it was he who had attacked the lazy priests for not coming to the deathbeds the year before. Now he appeared as more pious than the pious in attacking Bønk's sermon reviewing periodical. So the two most prolific press freedom writers ended up in a struggle against each other in late 1972. And after that, both of them shut up. I think they realized now it's become dangerous to say stuff. So none of them published anymore after that. An important priestly effort in press freedom is the large sermon campaign that the new Guldberg government organized immediately after the coup against Struensee, while he was still waiting in his cell. Priests have largely kept their mouths shut during the Struensee reign. Now they had their say. They were ordered to thank God from the pulpits Sunday, the 26th of January 1972, and they were state officials. Of course, they had to obey, and the most prominent among them were ordered to subsequently publish their sermons on the new hot pamphlet market. That was an ingenious idea by the new government. There was actually a very well-crafted spin campaign. And thus the new post-Struensee government succeeded in establishing an interpretation of the coup as a cosmological event on the large scale between God and devil struggling, also with the implication that the actual coup makers, Guldberg, the Dowager Queen, her son, and Rantzau and Köhler and so on, they sort of went under the radar because it was not really them who did it. It was God who sort of performed the palace revolution. And they were successful in the sense that most writers in Copenhagen accepted this interpretation. Foreign scholars did not. They began to appear, particularly in Germany, in literature with a different interpretation of the Danish coup, saying, no, it was not God, it was these and those particular persons. Prominent among the publishing preachers here were the rationalists Münther above and Schönheiter here. Both of them had received a fine for preaching against Struensee's liberalization of morality legislations. Now both Struensee and his accomplice Brandt were in their cells, and they were assigned spiritual caretaker. Again, Münther, the most important one, was given Struensee as his responsibility. Brandt was assigned Dean He. And subsequently, each of these two clergy published about the claimed conversion of these two freethinkers before execution. And particularly Münter's book on Struensee went on to become a European bestseller on a large scale. Many translations. Contemporary observers judged that it had sold no less than 500,000 copies Europe-wide in a lot of German, English, and other Dutch translations, French translations. And in a certain sense, these publications sort of tied the knot on the theological interpretation of the coup. Not only had God intervened on behalf of the Danish king, he had also converted and saved the two principal sinners before they were executed. So how did press freedom end? It ended with two new government decisions in October-November 73, little more than 3 years after it all began. Now monitoring of the public became the responsibility of the new police-in-chief, Feder. We have him here. There's a guy mocking him, though. And he was entrusted with prohibiting writings and giving fines without any possibility of appeal. Again, a sermon campaign followed. Now the headline was thanking God for the simultaneous inclusion of the whole of Holstein into the Danish realm. But in these sermons, you can indirectly hear the priests celebrate the end of press freedom. They emphasize that debate and strife between citizens is a fatal disease in an organic conception of the state. Everybody should agree in a virtuous state. So as my last point, I'll say a bit about social institutions. Which social institutions were there in Copenhagen before press freedom? With the Reformation, a few earlier Catholic caretaking facilities connected to monasteries were taken over and now subsidized by the state, not by the Protestant church, by the state, such as the House of the Holy Ghost in Copenhagen, which we see here, taking care of incurably ill persons. It was now supported by royal gifts and public fundraising. A bit later, it was supplemented by the Vartov Hospital. More proper institutions awaited the second half of the 18th. The hospitals. First the orphanage. The orphanage, the Pietist institution, is from 1727, from 1740 with the royal privilege. But proper general hospitals come in the second part of the 18th century, including Frederiks Hospital, the general hospital, which in the beginning was really an almshouse for the poor, both of them built in the new part of the city. Of course, at this time, there was not very fixed boundaries between orphanages, almshouses, hospitals, prisons. They sort of, to some degree, merged. What was the reforms that Struensee marketed? First of all, I would say he was an Enlightenment liberalist. He was influenced by his grandfather, Johann Samuel Karl, the guy I mentioned before that was kicked out by Christian VI. When he was kicked out, he went back to Halle in order to raise his grandchild, which was Struensee. He was influenced by French enlighteners like Helvétius and Boulanger. His reforms addressed primarily the rationalization of state government, the rule of law, equality before the law, clear rules and simplification of administration by gathering financial institutions into one, by gathering all the different law courts of Copenhagen into one, cutting down on superfluous court spending. Increasing demography was an important thing to him. He thought that the prosperity of the state comes out of the number of citizens. His reforms also addressed the liberalization of economy, of the public sphere, of course, with press freedom, the liberalization of morality, which was probably why people turned against him, and also protecting a private sphere of individuals. Secondarily, however, certain of his ideas also included some social initiatives, so I will end with a couple of slides about those. October 23, he erected a general nursing institution to take care of the poor and sick of Copenhagen, finalized by law of November the 16th, the year after. And caretaking of poor Copenhageners should now be the responsibility of one centralized authority with departments in each parish of the city, where the priests were ordered to take care of the department. A central aim here, of course, was to try to transform beggars into self-supporting citizens, so there was also an economical idea behind it. Probably the most important thing for the welfare state, I think, was his reform of February 12, the so-called shoebrush law. Shoebrushes were servants or lackeys of influential people who were given office in the state by their master. Of course, that gave rise to the influx of a lot of, what should I say, non-learned people into state administration. And there had been a discussion about that in press freedom writings, and Struensee wished to stop this. So this law simply said that it should not be allowed for former servants or lackeys to obtain public office. So that's meritocracy to you. So I think that's very closely connected to the how to get to Denmark thing. And you can also see that in many press freedom writings, bribes are attacked. So I think a very, very important route to the welfare state in press freedom period is this idea that public servants, public officials should be trained, and they should not accept bribes. So I mean, this is a very important aspect of press freedom, that this figures so centrally and even becomes a law. That was much discussed in pamphlets at the time, of course, and so here's a very important route to Denmark having a top position, as you know, in the anti-corruption indices. February 14, state production of cheap bread to the poor, because the winter was really harsh, so that no ships with grain could come into the harbor. February 20th, the forced labor of peasants at the manor houses should no longer be left to the judgment of individual landowners, but should be objectively calculated from the area of the manor house in question. March the 8th, the abolishment of death penalty for theft. I mean, most thieves were from the bottom of society, right? I don't know the date, but it was the same year that Struensee sent out an invitation to radical pietist Herrn Hutters in order to come to Denmark to establish a town, which later turned out to be Christiansfeld in the south of Jutland. April the 3rd, there was. I think you have to. I'll take this slide. This will be my last slide. April the 3rd, 71, thorough reforms of Copenhagen city rule. Among much else, it was said that everybody should enjoy in their house complete liberty without day or night to be disturbed in their particular businesses. That's sort of the construction of a private sphere. Before that, it was the prerogative of the police to enter wherever they wished. They didn't have to have the agreement of a judge or anything. And this, of course, was particularly distressing to the poorer levels of society. This was importantly misinterpreted by many people, because they said, so now ladies can sit on their own without being scrutinized by the police, but that's a call to prostitution. So that was sort of read into his liberalization of morality laws. Burials should be moved to nighttime. The pretext was that people should be prevented from becoming impoverished by the ongoing competition for luxury in burial ceremonies. May the first of a whole string of springy liberalizations of morality law, decriminalizing infidelity, decriminalizing sex outside of marriage, and so on and so forth. There was like 8 or 10 laws addressing this. Arguably Struensee's most ambitious collected law complex. And connected to that, there was the erection of a clinic against venereal disease at Frederiks Hospital, and the construction of a famous box at the same hospital where unwanted newborns could be handed over to public upbringing. July, a social support system for widows. August, scribes in the administration should henceforth be recruited from military personnel. That was a sort of, in a certain way, a sort of pension schemes for old soldiers. Now they could get a job as writers. That proved very poisonous because the existing scribes, of course, didn't like this. November, abolition of death penalty for infanticide and for concealed births connected to this box. Rather than kill their newborn kids, people should hand them over to state upbringing. Same month, so-called sharp interrogation, that is torture, is abolished. Yeah, so I promise not to say anything more, but as you can see, my point here is that if we look at press freedom period in particular, I think more social institutions come out of the Struensee administration that really came out of the Danish church. I have not seen the rationalists arguing among the clergy arguing strongly for social institutions. But of course their predecessors in the pietist movement did. So I think your interest here in looking for welfare state roots in Protestantism, I think pietism is a very good place to look. But I would also conclude with a warning, which is that I think you are in danger in your project here of cherry picking, to seeing only the good sides. I think Protestantism had a number of bad sides, which I think you should not leave out. I mean, Protestantism was the main church behind Nazism in Germany. Swedish Pentecostalists founded the Pentecostalist movement in Brazil, which is now a strong force on the right wing, not a very welfare-oriented force on the right wing of Brazilian politics, supporting Bolsonaro. That comes out of Swedish Pentecostalism. Just to give you a couple of ideas where to look in order not only to paint the rosy picture. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think we have time for 2 small questions because afterwards we have to go on. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Frederik. And I mean, I don't disagree that of course you should look at both like the advantages and disadvantages of this heritage. Of course, I'll just show this book. This is what you've been speaking, you know, in the context of. This is called Conflict. Yeah. It's a second volume book. And in it, my question to you is that because when you say that you count Struensee as the key founder of many of these modern virtues, modern institutional, like the first.
That's to say too much.
Yeah. But we talked about yesterday that, you know, actually his background is also a pietist background because his father was a Halle pietist, you know, or pastor in Halle, following the Halle pietism.
Yeah, and later he became the superintendent of Schleswig-Holstein. Of the
so I don't know, have you been reflecting on, because I mean it's many different things. It's also what I would say is, you know, like a welfare task, but also, for example, this principle of not when you have to get a job position, Struens also emphasized equality between the candidates and not the, like it's estate background, the class background, and so on.
Certainly.
Have you been reflecting on this pietist background of Struens and which influences?
Yeah. But I think it's very important here to realize that Struens' childhood home in Halle was a very, very particular childhood home, because one, you had his father, Adam Struens. He was a state pietist. He was a priest there, and later he had this illustrious career in the duchies, and he already published as a young vicar in Halle. So he was a strong representative of state pietism. But in this very same childhood home, there was this guy, Johann Samuel Karl, which he was kicked out by Christian VI in 1741. He went back to Halle to settle with his in-laws, to settle with the Struenses. So he was there in the very same home. So there was two widely different versions of pietism present in Struens's childhood home. And as far as I can see, it was his grandfather that Struens picked as his idol. He became a doctor like he did. When he wrote his habilitation as a doctor in Halle, he dedicated it to his grandfather, Johann Samuel Karl. When he came to Copenhagen and brought parts of his library from Altona, he took Karl's books, not his father's. So I think everything points to the fact that the version of pietism that really influenced Struens was that of his grandfather rather than that of his father. But of course the two of them were pietists, even if of very different kinds. And of course they would also have had an intersection. I mean, and I think in that intersection would have been the support to social institutions. So in that sense, I think both his father and his grandfather would have fed into these social ideas.
Yes, thank you very much for this very dark vision of church. I'm going to speak about a very dark vision as well tomorrow.
Okay.
I'm very interested in witchcraft, and I think you said that Luther was a main actor in burning witches. Perhaps you can tell us more about this. And just one remark. Struensen, is this in the very famous film he was, I think, the actor Mads Mikkelsen was acting Struensen.
Yes,
I think it's this film.
Yeah, A Royal Affair.
Yeah, okay.
Is the name of.
Yeah.
Of
So
the movie.
something about witchcraft, perhaps, if we have time.
Yeah, I'm certainly not an expert of international witchcraft. I was primarily speaking about the curious fact that in Denmark, Norway, it was the new Lutheran state church who instituted witch burning. That's not to say that there had not been persecution of witches before that, because there had, but it was they who instituted the idea that witches should be burned at the stake, right? But I mean, this was not Luther's invention. I mean, that had been going on since mid-15th century. I mean, long before Luther was born, there was witch burning, particularly in this area. I mean, eastern France, Switzerland, south of Germany, that was really the area where witch burning emerged and spread from. So it sort of spread in the Christian world before the Reformation, but curiously it continued both in the now Catholic parts and the now Reformed parts. So it was a sort of an heritage from pre-Reformation church, which was taken over both by Catholics and Protestants. So much I know. So I'm not alleging that it was Luther's invention to do such thing. I think he just followed the trend of his times, but it was Luther's right hands, Bugenhagen and Peter Palladius, who introduced witch burning in Denmark, Norway, that's for sure.
Thank you very much. There are several other possibilities to continue this discussion. So I'm very happy now to present Bernd Rohling, who is professor of, not of Scandinavian studies, but of Latin, but his heart is, I guess, Scandinavian studies.
Will you need this one?
I need that one, yes.
So it's very difficult to sum up his many publications, because even his many publications are very, very thick books. The last is on was the reception of the Nordic past in Scandinavia, in Gothicism, so Odin's Empire. But today he will speak about another of the themes of predilection. Not this one.
Yes, thank you a lot. As I said, or as has been already stressed, I'm an outsider regarding two aspects. First, I'm a Latinist, and the second is I'm a Catholic. Yes, and now we are moving towards the country of the brothers Benselii, which have already been mentioned. In the search for the origins and legitimation of the Swedish welfare state, unclear and hard topping down though they may be, it is worth taking a look also at the 18th century. There's a long prehistory to the utopian vision of a society attentive to fairness that guarantees the primary needs of its members and should guarantee inclusion through redistribution. Here I wish to illuminate one aspect of this prehistory, namely the appeal of bucolic pastoral typologies, which came to have a significant influence in the 18th century. All Europe was familiar with the idealized visions implicit in pastoral poetry, the bucolic scenarios that it sketched out, and the utopian egalitarian notions that it conveyed, often with an escapist logic. We can, without doubt, describe them as a language of imagery that could be summed up collectively in the imagination of all Europe. But what was the place of this imagery in the economic and political discourse of contemporary Sweden? Was it a purely literary utopia? Here I do want not only to ask in what ways the pastoral complex of ideas was present in Sweden's academic life, rather the question to be asked above all is how pastoral typologies were able to be functionalized as guiding patterns on which to model Swedish society. How did the literary models of pastoral cross over into the sphere of everyday life? How did the complex of metaphors of this poetically idealized landscape, which for most literati went hand in hand with an egalitarian social order, translate into a political agenda? Here it is not possible to offer more than a sketch that will perhaps seem cursory in many aspects. In what follows, I will first attempt to document with some examples the ways in which pastoral motives circulated in Sweden. In a second step, I will then show how a group of Swedish scholars were able to refer these motives to Sweden itself, first as a component with the national panegyric relating to agriculture. Finally, I wish then to trace how the idol which had been nostalgically transferred onto the distant past was able to return as a motor for progress and a regular element of a rhetoric aimed at the optimization of society. Let us then first inquire into the reach of the bucolic paradigm in the Swedish Empire. Unlike the most European literatures in Germany, England, France or the Netherlands, in the Swedish language, the Latin father of pastoral and Georgic poetry, Virgil, with his bucolics and Georgics, was a latecomer. So far as I can establish, the bucolics were first translated into Swedish in 1740 by Gustav Palmfeld, and then a second time 10 years later by Anders Nikander, who had also made a name for himself as a theorist of poetry. It can be taken for granted that these translations do not reveal anything about the actual presence of Virgil in his idealized Akkadian imagery in Sweden. At a glance at lecturing activities in the late 17th century reveals that both works, and with them the leitmotif of an agrarian Arcadia, were omnipresent in the curriculum in Uppsala. In a school system geared towards the active use of Latin, there was no need for anyone to mediate the Latin classics to the local language, in opposite to today. Other textual witnesses too provide evidence for the thoroughgoing success of pastoral imagery in Sweden by the end of the 18th century, texts that have been discussed above all in studies by Devraient and Mats Malm. Not only Virgil, but also his reception with Longus, Daphnis and Chloe and other classics of bucolic literature setting the tune were everywhere to be found in Sweden. The diffusion of Honoré d'Urfé's great pastoral novel, a movie which will change your life, forming a universal stock motifs and images with a narrative that could be repeatedly extended, spread throughout Europe via the educational centers of the Baltic coast and had reached Sweden too already by the end of the 17th century. In 1665, Urban Stjärne's Stratonique presented a Swedish adaptation of this most important of all pastoral novels, which depicted the passion of the shepherd Celardon for his companion Astrea. With its numerous German translations, Astrea not only reached the Swedish court, but even inspired the production of shepherd plays there. Other classics of German pastoral literature, such as Johann Rist or Georg Haasdörfer, were very widely read in Sweden. This transported to Sweden images of an idle bucolic landscape colored by melancholy and the risk of loss, a society that aimed for fairness and whose material surplus, together with the humility of its members, gave the protagonists a chance to concentrate entirely on their emotional life. The echo of these motifs can still be detected in the pastoral poems of Hedvig Charlotte Nordenflucht and the season poems of Gustav Fredrik Eulenburg, though in this case the tone is notably darker. The euphoria with which figures such as Celardon were received in Sweden was only reinforced by works such as the Pastor Fido of Battista Guarini, which was likewise translated into almost every European language. Unlike the Astrea, which was available in Swedish only in the 18th century, Guarini had found a Swedish translator quite early in the late 17th century in the relatively famous poet Gunnar Aurelius Dahlstjerna. Other Swedish versions of the text would follow. It is little known that many similar theatrical works were produced in 18th century Sweden in the wake of these classics, ensuring Akkadian motifs were ever present in the collective consciousness. The quality of the plays is at times questionable. Rasmus Nyrup said of a 17th century Danish pastoral that one could hardly stay awake to the end of it. Yet these works met a need that found its reflection in the idle image of a community of shepherds. Even a quick review of Gustav Klemming's bibliography of dramatic literature in Sweden brings to light dozens of items that in one way or another fall into the category of the pastoral play down to the end of the 18th century. In addition, many single elements of pastoral entered Swedish poetry, which often had a Petrarchan coloring. From the 17th century onward, Urban Stjärne composed a whole series of such poems, which led the nymphs and fauns to step up in love dances around Celardon in a Petrarchian manner. In the case of Stjärne, the place of Laura was taken by the mysterious Fidelina, a woman who may have been the daughter of the great Johannes Schäffer, Magdalena. What is striking in Stjärne is that he expands his cast of bucolic characters to include Nordic figures. The pantheon of the Edda appears with equal standing alongside the Greek gods, and it's not just Aphrodite, but also the Swedish Frigga, who appears as a goddess of superabundance. The impression of a Scandinavization of the bucolic scenario is confirmed by a glance at other poets of the period, Samuel Columbus, Lasse Lucidor, but above all, Skoka Beribou, also Gustav Rosenhane, whose Vannerit, as Lars Burdeman has rightly stressed, can be described as full-blown Gothic Petrarchism. The Nordic gods, Frigga, Odin, Balder or Astrild, here becomes the key protagonists. The Akkadian spring, birdsong and blooming vegetation of classical pastoral poetry could evidently be transformed in the late 17th century into an ancient Swedish iconography with little loss in translation. So was Arcadia in Sweden. From the late 17th century in the academic milieu of the Swedish universities, we encounter geographical descriptions that paint a picture of an idle region overflowing with all possible resources. The more the patriotic scholars were criticized by others for their idealization of their homeland, all the more eulogistic did their praises of their native land become. An alliance was formed here between national apologia, rhetorical strategies of eulogy, and the tools of poetry, which inevitably took on a dynamic of its own, above all in the context of the dominant ideology of Gothicism, but was not strictly bound to its motives. This had begun already in the 16th century with the eulogizing of the fauna of Sweden in the wake of Olavus Magnus. Elks and reindeers had been praised as living apothecaries and unique sources of raw materials by poets such as Jean Hugueton, and in the process had almost acquired the character of national emblems. In the second half of the 17th century, a fixed set of commonplaces had formed, which were repeated especially in the form of academic disputations. The main topics here were the ideal climate of the north, which was able to eradicate every illness in a, so to speak, natural way, Sweden's overflowing wells of animals, lakes, fish, wood and minerals, the fertility of the soil, the snow and the winter sun, and the value added by the seasons, which reciprocally neutralized each other by their apparent extremes. In addition, there was the physical robustness of the inhabitants and, as is to be expected, their high moral standards, beyond compare in Europe. Responses to theses of this kind were offered in Uppsala from around 1680 by professors such as Petrus Lagerlöf, Anders Rudelius, Harald Valerius, Petrus Elvius, or in Lund Anders Riddermark, and many other representatives of the academic elite. The anonymous impression is given of a land that lacks no attribute of perfection in any respect, with geography that converted even the greatest disadvantages into advantages. While the people of the south suffered from typhus and other diseases of hot countries, so Valerius, the balanced climate of the north yielded balanced temperaments. In summer, the white nights provided continuous daylight. In winter, the reflective snow guaranteed the same effect. In Swedish Greifswald, to give an example, the young Sveno Gudmund Strömwall in 1731 took the time to refute point-by-point claims that he had found in contemporary, primarily German, geography writing about Sweden. Was Sweden a land in which in winter even the Christmas carols froze until Easter? No, said Strömwall, Sweden had an idle sequence of seasons in which the purifying winter cold was followed by a complete renewal of the vegetation, turning the whole land into a sea of blossoms in March. Could agriculture be pursued seriously in Sweden only in the south of the country? No. Everywhere in the country the sheep were driven to the fertile meadows already in March. Petrus Eckermann, to give another example from the university milieu, of the first decades of the 18th century, still in 1742 in a special later oft-cited work, the Prestantia Orbis Svea Gotici, discussed the natural superiority of the Swedish lands in all spheres of life. Eckermann too insisted on the harmonic ensemble of the Scandinavian seasons, which neutralized all extremes, circling around the lovely spring at their midpoint. As Eckermann asked, had not the great French astronomer Pierre-Louis de Maupertuis, when he visited Lapland with Anders Celsius, had not been so overcome by his impression of the north that he wanted to elevate Sweden to the true Arcadia? Even the apparently obstructive cold of the north, so Ackermann repeated too, corresponded to a harmony in the natural order that was able to turn everything to good. The snow, which itself worked like a therapy, protected the animal world in winter like a blanket and made the transport routes in the north possible. Viewed from the heavens, the white of the north could be seen like an emblem, a signum which must make Sweden unmistakable even from the perspective of the universe. Given these premises, it is no surprise that the same university milieu that liked to exalt the fauna and climate of the homeland in this way and praise it with academic authority as an idol, was able to go a step further. At the start of the 18th century, an edification was propagated, at least among the Gothicists, which must have appeared to be the ultimate escalation of the idealization of Sweden. You know this man. In his anonymous Atlantica, Olaus Rudbeck had claimed for Sweden not just Atlantis, Thule and the legendary land of the Hyperboreans with its Apollo temple, but also the Elysian fields. Alongside the breathtaking beauty of Sweden, its overwhelming spring, its perfect climate, its vegetation and its immense fertility, it was above all the white nights of summer that had to be taken as proof. Had not the ancient comic poet Aristophanes described the Elysian fields as the land of light? Pluto and Persephone, the gods of the underworld, had been, so Rudbeck emphasized, nothing but a variation of Odin and Freya. The Swedish Glüsisval, the dazzling valley of the north, had been the very same as the paradise of the ancient world. I will not risk an answer to the question of how many of Rudbeck's followers really believed the thesis of their master, but it cannot be denied that Rudbeck's attempt to give Sweden the rank of the ancient Garden of Eden enjoyed significant success. As campus, not a contemporary illustration, as campus Elysius, the term Glüsisval mutated into another name for Sweden. Even in the early 18th century, Rudbeckians such as Hemming Forelius in their own works rushed to heap up evidence of their homeland's profoundly paradisiacal nature. No matter how counterintuitive the Swedish paradise became a code repeated above all in descriptions of the country. The great Swedish biblical poet Håkan Spegel, picking up directly from these reflections, even went so far in his national euphoria as to link his extensive ekphrasis of the biblical paradise directly to the Swedish Glüsisval. In Schonen, the Swedish rural clergyman Jonas Floreus, even in 1743, saw his home province as a historical model for the Elysian fields. Of all Sweden's historic regions, was the south not endowed with the most pleasant weather and most varied flora and fauna? Did it not blossom everywhere in the meadows around Lund? That's true. Were its field not the most productive of the entire kingdom? At midsummer, were not all the girls in his homeland adorned with garlands of flowers, the insignia of Elysium? What Floreus, who would later be much cited, claimed for Schonen was proclaimed by his contemporary Olaus Broman on behalf of his own home province of Hälsingland. Broman's geography, which was likewise produced in the early 18th century, bears the name Glüsisval already in its title. The wealth of birds, elks, bears and beavers and game animals of every kind, but also, as Broman stresses, the vast antiquity of agriculture and stock raising there, which it seemed had been pursued for centuries in the region for the use of all, did not just give Hälsingland the character of the Elysian fields, it was identical to them. At the same time, it bore all the traits of the Greek Arcadia. Broman's contemporary Jacob Richardson treated his own province of Halland with the same rhetorical identification. The list of similar treatises could be easily extended. In addition to the motive complex of the pastoral, with its rhetoric of an idle and, most prominently, utopian landscape that had been lost and could be regained by at least being conjured up in literary terms, and the Rudbeckian strategy of exalting his homeland, which not only measured up Sweden against the idle images of the classical world, but even identified it with them in the mid-18th century, there was a third complex of motives which has until now received little attention, so far as I can see. Chronologically, its effects were felt after the two previous ones, and thematically it builds on them. Could it not be given meaning above all with an eye to the Swedish nation in its past, even if it had lost its self-evident character in the present? The intense efforts of a generation of scholars, above all in Uppsala, from the end of the 17th century in studying and publishing Old Norse literature has been emphasized repeatedly, as well as the editions by figures such as Olavus Verelius, Jacob Reinhelm, or the Peringskjöld family. Especially relevant here is a collection prepared by the appointed translator to the Swedish crown, Erik Julius Björner. Within a few years, the panorama of sources had expanded considerably, making possible a view into the past. Classics of saga literature, such as the Völsunga saga or the Fritjof saga, the significance of which the Swedish self-image can hardly be overestimated, were available in more or less reliable Swedish or Latin versions and could not only be read by the academic elite, but also and especially could be even instrumentalized for their patriotic goals. Could saga literature yield evidence of the Nordic Canaan, the land of milk and honey that also possessed all the traits of an Akkadian in the Swedish past? Could history offer a chance to construct an image of Sweden that matched the lost paradise? Of course. In the mid-18th century, a group of Swedish economists set about constructing an image of an archaic idle society, which not only lived in material surplus without slipping into luxury and gluttony, but also knew how to distribute goods in the spirit of a society responsible for the well-being of its members, in a more just way than was perhaps the case in the present day. The majority of these writings were not produced directly within Gothicist circles, but there were still many common features in their rhetoric that they shared with these circles. In many respects, they seem like an enlightened variant of them. Farming was the foundation of this idle state in its high standard, had to sustain it, and crafts and trade had to build on it. In 1752, the professor of economy at Lund, Claes Blecher de Trotzelius, composed a work that aimed to justify this high and still valid standard set by the past on the basis of saga literature. Did not the Samson saga show how wool was spun together, and did not the Völsunga saga depict how women of a village community were able to bake enough bread for all the inhabitants of the village? Had the same saga not also described the refined techniques that had been used to catch fish even in the earliest period of Swedish history? According to Trotzelius, already Pythias had celebrated the Swedish Thule for its wells of corn and honey, while the medieval historiographer Arnold of Lübeck had highlighted the coast of Schonen, since its cod, herring and tuna could feed the entire Baltic region. From the very beginning, had Sweden not produced so much grain that it was sufficient not just for bread but enough for the country's banquets to overflow with beer? The Swedish soil had brought forth so many strawberries and blueberries that there had always been enough for brandy too. The Rolf saga or Samson saga reported the enormous herds of sheep and goats to be found in ancient Sweden, often numbering up to 20,000 beasts. From the very beginning, according to Trotzelius, ancient Swedish society had produced such a surplus of farmed goods that it could export on a grand scale. The Herald saga, or the saga of Olof Tryggvason, documented not just that the distribution network woven by the Swedish merchants reached as far as Russia and England, and indeed far into the Orient. They also demonstrated that it was primarily agrarian goods that were exported into these regions. Other professors promoted in their works a similar image to that of Trotzelius. Adolf Moder, who long held the role of a secretary of the Royal Academy at Stockholm, presented a history of Swedish trade that began with Odin and his times and repeated similar authorities to those of Trotzelius. Friedrich Motzelius, another scholar of Uppsala, likewise started his history of Swedish agriculture with Odin. The banquets in Valhalla were the expression and result of a society of surplus that was able to guarantee to all Swedes sufficient provision of food. Per Kalm, professor of economy at the University of Turku, in another work on the history of agriculture in Sweden, recalled not only the 200 sheep and 60 cattle that were consumed every day at the court of Rolf Krake, but recalled also the rich fields of grain mentioned in the Völsunga saga and the relentlessly filled barns mentioned in Gautreks saga. Again, according to Kalm, like Trotzelius before him, it was the traveller Pythias who had once spoken of the unfailing agrarian riches possessed by the ancient Thule. Yet Thule had always been Sweden. Finally, in 1779, Engelbert Jörlin, like Kalm, a student of Carl Linnaeus, followed this with a history of Swedish agriculture, which, while it no longer pullulated with the rhetoric of an Old Norse paradise, still used the same topoi. As Jörlin knew, already the figure of Gylfi, known from the prose Edda, had handed Sweden over to Arsin Gefjon as plogland, as plough land, in order to cultivate the soil. In the Völsunga saga, Brünnhilde had in special hymns praised the overflowing quantities of mead and beer that the Norse could provide. And had not also Wulfstan, an Anglo-Saxon also of the early Middle Ages, sketched out the possession of King Ottar, counting 600 reindeer, 20 oxen, 20 sheep and 20 pigs? From so many similar depictions, surely the conclusion must be drawn that Sweden had known an archaic period that was free from material want and had been able to feed the population more than sufficiently from the fruits of its own soil. Virgilian pastoral had sung the balanced life of herders, a golden age of universal peace and the small-scale happiness of material independence that could be grown from one's own garden and one's own herd. Yet the bucolic tradition had never concealed how vulnerable and continually endangered this small-scale peace inevitably remained in the face of upheavals in world politics. The pastoral novel emphasized even further the egalitarian relations among the rural population. Among the basic ideas of Virgil's force ecloque was not just material surplus, but also the economic autarky of the nation, a society that was not reliant on imports, but even exported the riches of its own farms in grain, food, wood and beer. This aspect of bucolic poetry, but also of the Georgics, was taken into account in the academic milieu and special works. Here too, eology and historical vision were linked in a characteristic way. Already in 1667, the Uppsala professor Laurentius Elingius had delivered a speech that celebrated the practice of the local markets in Uppland and set them as far back into the past as possible. The Swedish society had been mercantile in nature and based around local exchanges of goods. The nundine disane, the well-known distinct, so Elingius had existed since primeval times. The farmers from all of Sweden had brought pigs, sheep, goats and grain to Uppland, and so had taken care of provision for the entire population. There had been enough for everyone. The figure of Disa, which may have been a complete invention of the early modern period, became the symbol of this idea. The idea that Swedish society in the past had, at least at times, been in a state of agrarian self-sufficiency, characterized by a material surplus. Likewise, very early in 1611, the Swedish historiographer and poet Johannes Messenius had staged his famous theatrical play Disa. With fairy tale content, aside from the clever daughter who demonstrates her intelligence through symbolic actions, the play had a clear message. Famine threatened Sweden and social solidarity, the protection of the elderly no longer able to provide for themselves, threatened to collapse. The answer that Disa offered was to settle the country extensively and to make it fruitful, to increase farming output and to distribute fairly the goods that the land yielded. At the end of Messenius' comedy, farmers and the market traders of Uppsala appeared on stage. Messenius intended and demanded that the play be staged at every spring market in Uppsala. In fact, the theatrical figure enjoyed a remarkable success, due also to its ideological character. The play was printed and staged until the end of the 18th century, a German-language version also circulated, as did an opera version. In the early 18th century, Johann Celsius wrote another version of the play that articulated even more clearly the basic intention of connecting crop raising, provision of basic needs, and national solidarity in an ideal Swedish society. This play too was staged in Uppsala and accompanied by speeches on these lines, appealing to the patriotism of the country folk. I come to my last part. It is now time to inquire into the performative and normative power of these idealized images in 18th century Sweden. Like most countries in Central and Northern Europe, Sweden too in the mid-18th century underwent major revolutions in agriculture. New farming techniques and a significant increase in the professionalization and scientific character of many spheres of agrarian life were in Sweden as elsewhere accompanied by a willingness to adopt improvements from throughout Europe. Starting from England, the foundations were laid that made possible the industrial revolution that followed. These innovations included, just to name a few familiar from handbooks, the strict application of crop rotation, at least in part the transition to feed-intensive overwintering in stalls, and the introduction of new or improved animal breeds refined by systematic breeding. In addition, as already hinted, across the whole country new areas were to be cleared for crops. Even more than in Germany, in Sweden, the innovations in farming were orchestrated through numerous contributions to specialist journals and received comment in academic lectures. Dozens of established scholars, but also peripheral hobby scientists, got the opportunity to formulate proposals to improve existing practices. New stall designs, variant plows or threshing machines, or a rather transient nature could be found here, as well as the fundamental decisions that would change life in Sweden forever. As an example, I cite just the reception of the potato, which in 1748 was due above all to a woman, Eva de la Gardie, Potato Eve. Other proposals made with the same verve, such as the cultivation of tobacco or the breeding of silkworms, met with less success. Even the cultivation of spiders was such a suggestion. In the case for silk, spiders for silk, well, it didn't work. In the case of Sweden, there was also some national peculiarities resulting from the climatic conditions. In the steppes of Linnaeus, a whole generation of Academy members sought to introduce plants from other northern regions, from Canada or Siberia, that would be able to withstand the cold of northern Sweden. The desire for a sustainable use of existing forests generated its own genre of treatise on forestry studies, which was a model for other countries in Europe. Also in the second half of the 18th century, Swedish scholars took up the fight against cattle diseases, above all the already mentioned Rinderpest. A result of this concerted action was the establishment of educational institutions for veterinary medicine in Sweden of a range that had previously existed only in France. This move towards modernization was also accompanied by a matching specialist literature. Sweden came to be the European leader in matters concerning fertilizers, the field of agrarian chemistry. Indeed, one can say that the University of Uppsala and Johann Gottschalk Valerius had one of the founders of agrochemistry among its ranks, whose Agriculturae Fundamenta Chemica became a classic of the genre, translated into almost all European language, into French, by the way, by Baron Thierry d'Holbach. Many of the shortcomings of the soil and the climate it was believed, be countered by additional fertilization. The question now arises, of course, of what the relation was between these massive changes and the ideals of a perfect agrarian society, with the characteristics of an ideal as had been proclaimed in Gothicistic bucolic. Many representatives of this new generation of agrarian engineers who were trained in English utilitarianism left no doubt that they were changing for the better a peasant society that had a lot of room for optimization. For that reason, it may seem at first glance that many of them took a very hard-viewed view of the history of Swedish farming and its original basis. The claims of an Arcadia or the Gothicist variant of a pastoral, if not of an outright Nordic paradise dazzling in the winter sun, were not enough for this era. In view of all the options for progress in the present, the past must appear second-rate. Anders Berg, one of the most important figures in economics in Sweden in the mid-18th century, confirmed with great justice in a programmatic text with an eye on the history of Swedish agriculture that in the earliest historically knowable period Sweden's production of its own goods had been notably modest. Throughout the Middle Ages, Sweden was dependent on imports for more precious goods. It was the introduction of new breeds and crops, as well as better cultivation methods that would in future be able to give Swedish agriculture an efficiency and range that it had never had in the past. Only then would it be possible to talk of economic autarky in Sweden. Many other economists, especially from academic circles, concurred with Berg's position, including Jakob Fagott and Theodor Anker-Kroner. Olof Dahlin, who as a historian and writer was perhaps one of the most important adepts of French Enlightenment in the Sweden of his time, contrasted the degree of civilization of medieval Sweden with the options available in the present. In an address before the Academy in 1749, he reached a sobering conclusion. Neither walnuts, chestnuts, almonds, mulberries, vines, apricots, pears, plums, nor cherries had been brought forth by the Swedish soil itself. All this had to be procured by Swedish society from the south. No more than a basic provision with the most elementary goods would ever have been possible. The verdict of Johann Lostbohm, another economist who considered the Swedish past, went even further. The ancestors of the present-day Swedes, according to Lostbohm, had been barbarians covered by pelts who had a best lived in huts, but for all other goods had been dependent on goods from abroad. In Uppsala, Lostbohm had repeatedly held disputations on Virgil's Georges, in which he had spoken emphatically against adapting the bucolic idol onto the early history of Sweden. When the Swedish economist Per Adrian Gadd in Turku, to give another example, offered the thesis in a history of Swedish crop cultivation that already in the time of Odin Sweden had been farmed across its entire area, he was accused of crude naivete by the reviewer of the Svenska Mercurius. The ancient Swedes, according to the anonymous critic, unlike the farmers of the present, had never been successful farmers and stock rearers. Thus, at first sight, there seems to be a significant gulf between the pastoral idealizations that had been present in literature and drama since the 17th century and had not lost their popularity in the 18th century either, on the one hand, and on the other hand, the need to modernize farming that was announced by the economic pioneers and social engineers from the mid-18th century on. This gap would surely have only deepened with the perception of physiocratic models from France, which above all wanted to turn agriculture into the motor of progress. Yet it is striking that precisely those authors I have presented above as depicting the primordial Sweden of the sagas in glowing colors were themselves among the agrarian engineers, working for the optimization of Swedish farming. Trotzelius presented works on the improvement of beekeeping in Sweden, on fishing, and on distilling schnapps, though, like many Protestants in the debates of this period, he was less euphoric in wishing for this last business to spread. In addition, there are further remarks on the inclusion of current science in building up national output. Per Kalm, who was perhaps Sweden's most important economist in the second half of the 18th century, over a period of more than 30 years presented a barrage of works concerned with crop improvement and the introduction of crop species from other regions of the world, new tools for field work and new forms of stockholding in the east of the Swedish Empire and Finland. Kalm had spent many years in England, America and Canada and had collected a wealth of practical knowledge as the fruit of his travels. It was above all the forbidding climate of his homeland that needed to be taken into account with new methods which would at the same time be more sparing of its natural resources. Neither the overfishing of the waters of the Baltic nor an over-hasty clearance of forests could be in the interest of supplying the nation's basic needs. The just mentioned Engelbert Jörlin, too, turned to the produce of helpful handbooks that aim to improve food growing, vegetable plantations, and above all, horticulture in Sweden with new tips. Many of these works would continue to be reprinted until the end of the 18th century. I come to my last word slowly. This numerous overlaps in personnel that existed between the milieu of the pastoral national romantics and that of the enlightened social engineers from the mid-18th century onward, and therefore invite us to redefine the role of the idle bucolic images that were aired in Sweden and referred back onto the Swedes' own nation. The lost Arcadia and the idle society that has supposedly existed in the Swedish past were motive complexes that were able to reciprocally spur each other on in the milieu of the Swedish academics. Above all, there were standard commonplaces which in the 18th century, certainly also under the influence of Rousseau, became motives of change. The lost Gothic paradise, the perfect society, which through productive farming and internal colonization guaranteed collective well-being, had perhaps never really been lost at all. The land that had once been a feature of the northern Garden of Eden, and which the Gothicists of the early 18th century had praised with such passion, was still there. And with a plough, and perhaps also with potatoes, it could once again be a paradise. The Swedish physiocrat Johan Fischerström was one of the authors of the later 18th century to put forward a wealth of writings. Their purpose was the improvement of food production and the general standard of living in Sweden. Works on sugar refining, pig rearing, turf extraction, pearl cultivation and inshore fisheries can be found among them, as can an extensive lexicon that provided tips of all kinds and did not fail to include the appropriate historical chapters. But the key point is the status that these works were aiming for. In 1769, Fischerström delivered a remarkable speech, the importance of which has been noted already by Martin Lamm and after him also by Jonas Nordin. Sweden faced great challenges if it wanted to feed its growing population. The idol of the future lay in the past. The economy with few needs but marked by solidarity of the ancient Gothic Scythians, the ancestors of the Swedes, who had made an optimal use of resources, had been exemplary. Sound agriculture had laid the foundations of all economic activity in those earliest days. This was the spirit in which Sweden had been settled by its first inhabitants. Why shouldn't the nation take its cue from these models? Over a period of 100 years, perhaps even 150, the enthusiasm for bucolic scenarios, as I have shown, had been a feature of Swedish public life, and its motives, in multiple variations, had been celebrated in the public sphere. But Arcadia was an utopia that did not need to have any form much outside the theatre or the poem. It was a realm of desire that was able to offer a performative function in society, but its poetic existence did not depend on this for justification. Yet, as I hope I have shown, the ideological echo chamber of this utopia was in operation throughout this period and beyond it, and indeed even underwent a transformation in the 18th century. This exaltation with reference to the present, the elevation of the current agriculture Sweden, even to the point of making it a paradise with biblical classical traits, had been there from the start. Its decisive foundations had been laid by the rhetorical arsenal of Gothicism. The geographical descriptions of the country, the standard topics of which had survived unscathed even through the defeats of the Northern Wall and the end of the Swedish Empire, had drawn on a pastoral rhetoric and conveyed an image of Swedish society in which the utopia of national content had been achieved long ago. The collective well-being nonetheless still had an utopian character, had become apparent also to many thinkers at latest by the mid-18th century. The contradictions between the ideologies of their own nation and their everyday experience were too great. Too great also was the gulf between their self-perception and their perception by others. The result was a relocation of the utopia and a reconfiguration of it. The Gothicizing rhetoric relocated its subject into the past, and with it went the pastoral paradise, the Enlightenment, which in Sweden too was under strong French influence, and the connected criticism of the national mythologies had not been without effect. Yet the relocation of utopia had given this utopia a dynamic role. The happiness of primeval times, as had been described for the reader in the sagas, could be the happiness of the future. The egalitarian past took on a role as model which could be translated into an achievable and sustainable utopia in the future. This transformation took less than 30 years. It was made possible also, I believe, because throughout this period the frame of reference, the pastoral idol, never lost its appeal. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Questions? Sir, 1, 2.
Thank you for a great paper. I really liked it much. I would just like to ask if I compare to conditions in Denmark, I think there's a sort of similar Arcadian dream. And in the 1750s, it takes an interesting change because then it's connected to what has been called ancient constitutionalism. You know, the idea that in the north, not only Denmark, Norway, but also Sweden, there had been a class of individual liberal peasants, and that was also seen as a sort of political Arcadia, which had later been corrupted by noblemen coming from the south and blah, blah, blah. And this ancient constitutionalism actually functioned as a legitimation for absolutism, because they say absolutism is what we have to sort of keep the noblemen at bay, to keep the original liberty of the Nordic peasants. So do you see any trace of such a political idea in the stuff that you have been through here?
Well, the peasants had been part of the Riksdagen since the very beginning, and they haven't formed an important party in Sweden. But I guess that this special rhetoric, this anti-nobilitarian rhetoric in the post-Gustavianic epoch, on the Gustavianic revolution against the nobility, also played an important role. Yes, I agree. We have this also to some extent also in Sweden. And what was fascinating me is that in the 19th century, when, for example, Erik Gustav Geijer again reformulated this model of, let's say, a perfect agrarian and justified Swedish state, he also returned to these saga pictures again and said we have this figure of Odin, for example, and Odin created Sweden as an empire which has been just and also very friendly to immigrants, for example, because there had been different, let's say, movements from immigrants in the very, very beginning of the Swedish history. So we have to be friendly to immigrants in the 19th century because it's part of our history. And for me, it's so fascinating that these Gothicistic pictures of Odin and the saga literature it was possible to read them in this almost Marxistic way in the 19th century. So, sorry, the microphone. I apologize. Sorry. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much for your talk. It was really inspiring for me because I've worked a lot about scarcity in the 19th century, and I just wanted to know because in the 19th century, scarcity is closely related to the idea of overpopulation in the political discourse. And which role does population size play in the agricultural treatises that you have presented? Do they reflect on it?
To some extent, yes. These, let's say, Malthusian debates are later on taking place, and they have not well received in Sweden in the 19th, almost not received in Sweden in the 19th century, as far as I know. But in the 18th century, for the physiocratic debates, there was also this problem with population. But Sweden was not overpopulated, and so this was more, let's say, a statistic problem to some extent. But this has been debated also to some extent. Yes, indeed. But there had been also some disputations on this, and especially speeches in the academy, how to deal with the problem of population. But they have not debated the problem of overpopulation in this way. I guess more, how can we, let's say, find ways to populate the northern parts of Sweden with those who are inhabiting the southern parts of Sweden? This was the main problem.
Thank you very much. There are many more questions that we can discuss now during dinner. Thank you very much. Lunch, yes, of course. So, we're going together now, all these the participants, to a restaurant nearby, and so just take your sex and we should go. Okay. Can you keep your stuff in here? Oh no, we should take our stuff with us. Okay. It's better. I mean, yeah. Très bien. Je pense, oui. C'est clair, très bien. Nu går det.
Jeg tænkte på at sige, at fra nu af, at så kan vi tage tid på, hvor lang tid de taler. Men altså, det er okay, de går 1 minut over. Det er bare mere, det ikke er 5 minutter eller 10. Skal jeg sige det, eller hvad? Eller?
Jeg tror, at vi ved det liksom.
Okay, skal jeg bare?
30 minutter, jeg forsøger vi alle.
Jamen, så lader vi bare være med at tage tid på det.
Altså, vi skal tage tid,
men vi siger det ikke, og nej, det er fint, det er fint. Vil du, ja. Yes, hello and welcome back from a delightful lunch at Snack Michel, and now we are ready to initiate the program of the afternoon, and we will start with Arne Bugge Amundsen, who is a professor in the Department of Cultural Studies and Oriental Languages at the University of Oslo. Please, just go ahead.
Thank you very much, and thank you for this kind invitation to participate for the second time in a conference arranged by this project, which is very fascinating indeed. We have already heard a bit about mostly perhaps the Danish Lutheran Reformation and its consequences. I will focus on Norway in this presentation, and taking as a point of departure that, of course, there was a Lutheran Reformation introduced by the Danish and Norwegian king eventually, Christian III. But the Norwegian Reformation had another development, and also, according to my interpretation at least, also the development of a Lutheran pastoral culture, so to speak, in Norway was a bit different than for instance, in the Dutchies or in Denmark, and not to talk of the Faroe Islands or Iceland. So my focus will be the development in Norway, but of course under the overarching question about one specific element in the discussion of the Scandinavian welfare states is the element of trust between, say, the authorities and the common people. And the question is, how did this culture of trust and possibly mistrust between, say, state officials, as the Lutheran pastors were, and people in general, how did this develop? Is it possible to grasp it in a cultural historical perspective? That will be my main focus here. The point of departure is also a running research project in which I'm a part at the moment, called the Norwegian Pastor from 1537 to 1920. And the focus in this project is to see or to analyze different stages in the development of the pastoral profession as one kind of key profession in the more and more modern state of Norway, and follow it through the first Lutheran periods from the 1537 and onwards, via the absolutism period from 1660 towards the 19th century. That's the scope of the project in general. Again, with the focus on the Norwegian pastors, but with also comparative elements from Denmark, Norway, Sweden, and eventually also Germany. So I just put on this PowerPoint at least in Norway, a very iconic portrait. It was said to be the quite famous Norwegian pastor and poet Peter Dass, very important Orthodox and Baroque poet and pastor in the late 17th century. Later research has shown that it's not by Peter Dass at all, because this is still, let's call him Peter Dass. He's a representative of he's a figure in a way in the historiography. And of course, the relevance of trust, the trust issue in a way, both historically and contemporarily, is the question we see around us every day now. The trust in, for instance, the authorities saying that every citizen has to take a COVID vaccination, for instance. We see in other European countries that there are huge demonstrations against this obligatory vaccination. But in Norway, there has been no public debate about to take the vaccination. There have been discussions about the lawfulness of the restrictions, etc., but there have not been any riots in the streets, as far as I know. So some has interpreted that as a recent expression of the trust that the Norwegian people actually has in its authorities. I don't know, but it shows the relevance of the question of trust in relation to the welfare state. But I'm a historian, so I go back to the past times. And the question is, how did this trust in the system develop in Norway? It must have something to do, I guess, with the Protestant culture in itself and the social model, or one should actually say it in plural, the social models that the Protestant culture, especially in Norway, developed eventually. And a very important link, I think, is the reality after the Lutheran Reformation in Norway and Denmark, for that matter, that it was very difficult to identify a separate church organization. I mean, what happened during the Lutheran Reformation was the dissolution of the church as a separate institution, the Roman Catholic Church. So the reality was that the church was the king's church. He was the first member of the church, and all the pastors were just transformed from being Roman Catholic priests to be the king's pastors and social servants, so to speak, or official servants. And in a European perspective, both Lutheran Reformations in Scandinavia, in Sweden, Finland, and in Denmark, Norway, were quite efficient, quite strict, quite strong, at least on a certain level. And they took place between 1520 and 1540, as we already heard, with Christian III in Denmark, Norway, and Gustavus I in Sweden. I won't go more deeply into the differences between the two reformations, but they were quite efficient and were regarded in other parts of Europe as typical examples of how a Lutheran or Protestant reformation actually should take place. But that doesn't, in a way, create trust in itself. I would say the contrary. What happened on an institutional level was that King Christian III, he removed all the bishops. But at least in Norway, all the pastors, the local pastors, they stayed. There was no big change of pastors in the local congregations, and especially when it came to the situation in Norway. And I have to say that the Norwegian historians regard the year 1537 as the year of the Lutheran Reformation in our country, because even if Christian III actually was the winning part of the civil war in Denmark, and as the winning party declared the Lutheran Reformation to be a state reality, that was not accepted in Norway. So there was actually a new war established in Norway, started in Norway in 1536 and 37. So the Lutheran Reformation in Norway was the result of a Danish occupation of the country, which creates a very different situation from Denmark, where the Protestant ideas had some support, at least in urban environments. But in Norway, there are hardly any signs of sympathy with Lutheran ideas at all. So to introduce the Lutheran system in Norway, Norway had to be conquered. And 1537, the 1st of April, Easter Day, 1537, the Norwegian archbishop fled to the Netherlands and then gave up military and political resistance. But as a consequence of this occupation, Christian III explicitly said that the reformatory processes, so to speak, in Norway should be made with some kind of tolerance. Take it easy was the simple message. Don't push the issues. Take it easy, slowly, step by step. And it's interesting that when it came to the national saint of Norway, Saint Olaf, in the Cathedral of Nidaros in Trondheim, it took almost 2 generations before his body was removed and buried. And pilgrimages still continued in the 1540s, 50s, and 60s. So just only after a royal commission was sent by Frederick II to all over Norway, actually, they demanded that his body should be removed and buried in an anonymous grave, within the cathedral still. And local people, of course, knew where this grave was. Under the radar, so to speak, these pilgrimages continued. And that was a very good example of this, call it tolerance, or at least this easygoing reformation in the first generation in Norway. But by keeping all the pastors, local pastors, who had then to swear an oath to the king of loyalty, an oath of loyalty, loyalty was secured between the king as the head of the church and the local pastors, of course. And again, on the local level, economy was secured. The king had not any possibility of paying the Lutheran pastors, so they have to keep the local church economy in a way intact. And in this way, authority and power was secured, definitely. That was the main idea. But my point will be here that, at least in the Norwegian context, there was established some kind of negotiation culture. I mean, these new pastors could not take loyalty from the congregations for granted. They have to negotiate with them and find out how could this actually be done in practice. And the practice was that the churches' interiors were not totally changed until early 17th century. So many of the local cults, they continued to exist. Many of the portraits of the saints, or the sculptures of the saints were kept there. Images of Saint Mary, for instance. So it took at least 3, perhaps 4 generations before the reformation of the church interiors actually became a reality. Obviously, as a result of slow negotiations going on between the parishes and the local pastors. So there was no iconoclasm, for instance, in Norway. No real examples of that. So my point is that even if the top organization of the former church was removed, much of the local pastoral culture and culture of negotiation between the parishes and their pastors were kept intact and perhaps even developed during this early Reformation period in Norway. But of course, and as we also heard in the first lecture today, eventually control, teaching strategies and introspection became more and more important even in Norway, as in the whole of Denmark, Norway, with higher fines for religious so-called crimes, stronger punishments for such crimes, the use of pillories, for instance, as an example here on the right hand, and not least a further development of not the sacrament, but the ritual of confessions, as we can see in the picture in the middle here, showing how the pastor has this absolute right to forgive sins. And in this moment where the sins are forgiven, the pastor's hand is actually doubled with the hand of the Lord himself. And of course this was an enormous moment, a ritual moment that everyone went through, every adult went through this ritual, to be accepted as a full member of the congregation, of course. So this ritual of confession is, I think, a very strong, a strong place, a strong ritual sphere in a way that introduced this strange introspective culture that came out in the other end as one of the big elements in this Protestant culture or Lutheran culture in Denmark, Norway. And there are a few sources telling about how people reacted to this, but the ritual itself is extremely strong. And there were lots of images like that, often painted on some doors or central places within the churches, interpreting what was going on. And this picture was impossible to not understand what was going on. Of course, God and the pastor in one movement. There. So I think this, in a way, describes what some scholars have called the collective individualism of this early Protestant culture in Norway and of course all over the Lutheran world, where this strong with this strong connection between God and the king, between king and the pastors, of course, and the pastor's power to forgive and to exclude from the local congregation, but at the same time putting the responsibility into the individual. It was the individual's responsibility to, in a way, grasp these rituals and to make them make something of their own. It should be part of their what we call identity, in a way. So it was not just an empty ritual, as some of the pietists would say 1 century later, but it was a potential ritual transforming a collective responsibility into individual realities. And it's impossible to understand that people did not revolt against this without taking into consideration that they actually embraced this as something meaningful. The question is, what was the meaning of this? But that's another question. Because many scholars who have especially studied what we call folk traditions or folklore might indicate that in reality many of these rituals, also the confessional ritual, was part of a larger what has been called sacred economy. That you actually did what God and the pastor and God expected from you, but then you also expected to get something back. So you did something, but you also received something in return. And the question was, what did you receive in return? Of course, your sins were removed, but there was also some kind of power in this. For instance, as exemplified with one of the iconic Norwegian stave churches, many of them were kept all until the 19th century, and some still exist. And there are many examples in these old medieval churches of Norway of intact pilgrimage rituals, for instance, way back or way into the 1800s. And also with rituals of votives, that people came with the aim of visiting a church like that, presenting a little gift to, say, a crucifix or whatever was in there. They left this gift in the church, but expected to come back healed from a disease, with stronger individual power, bringing perhaps a disease from one of their children, staying back in the home. So there was something with the power connected with the church as such and the rituals. So it is possible to describe it as some kind of sacred economy. It was not just individuals receiving things from God himself, but they also gave something. And if this is Lutheranism, I'm not sure, but at least this is, I think this is the reality in very many congregations, and part of these negotiations continuously going on between pastors and their congregations. Because the pastor was not in Copenhagen, he was not taking part in public debates, as we heard in the first lecture. They had to cope with local people, and they were responsible for paying the pastor, and they could pay him less or they could pay him more. They could complain about the pastor's way of executing his office, for instance, and he could actually be put to court if that was the case. So there was not just an expression of power from the parish priest and downwards, but also a power from below in a way. Again, then indicating this culture of negotiation that I've tried to put words on here. And it's also possible, if you go back again to this picture. Of course, this can be interpreted, and I think that was the intention of the artist, or whatever you should call the person who made this image, that God was, in a way, the acting, subject in this ritual. But I think for all practical reasons, most people looked at the pastor as the mediator, and perhaps not more important than God himself, of course, but as an extremely important mediator. And from this mediating position, I think there was also, it also gives some kind of explanation of this enormous respect that many people had towards their local minister. And there are lots of folklore traditions telling, for instance, that the pastor's cloak was something that was loaded with supernatural power. For instance, a woman who had problems with her menstruation, for instance, could, and there are lots of information about that, could touch the pastor's cloak and get healed. The blood would stop. And there are also some more legendary material saying that, because at least in Norway, the tradition was that the cloak was put on the altar when the pastor was not present. He didn't bring it home, but it was in the church. And people who want to understand or get information about the future could sneak into the church, often on Thursdays evenings or the night between Thursday and Friday. They should not have been eaten, they should have been fasting. And if they then took the cloak over their own body, they could hear or not hear the heavens' bells ringing, indicating that they would be saved eventually. So there is something with this pastor as a mediator also being part of this sacred economy, not linked to the pastor as a person, but to the pastor as a role, as a symbol, as an expression of something more and something else than himself. I think that's important to understand this negotiative culture here. And I just put here in a picture of the perhaps most famous of the Norwegian stave churches, the stave churches of Røldal, a very remote place. There were hardly any pastors there at all. The pastors visited this place 2 times a year in the summertime. But the most famous element in this church was this crucifix. And every Midsummer's Day, or Midsummer's Eve actually, people came from all the areas around Røldal with small images of legs or feet or fingers or heads or whatever they were troubled with, health-wise, brought it to the church, hung these small pieces, symbolic pieces, in the church, or put them on the doorstep, and then the congregation took this crucifix down and went around the church with it 3 times, bringing it back again, and then it would start to sweat. And then people brought small pieces of cloth and took the sweat with them back home, and it would last for 1 year, they said, as a curing element. So not only not until the 1840s, when a very dedicated and I would say pietistic minister turned up and saw the whole ritual, it was forbidden formally. But then we are actually 300 years after the Reformation. So this is very special, absolutely, but it's not an isolated case. There are lots of cases like that. So there is the omnipresence of divine power. Of course, the pastor was a mediator, but also this divine power could also be mediated through the church or the church interior or elements in that, without the pastor. So some of this, say, religious economy was also larger and more omnipresent, so to speak, than the pastor and his power and his authority. So that's another perspective on this. But of course, and the longer we come closer to our own time, there is a pastoral filter somewhere here between, say, the royal authority or the king or the central administration in Copenhagen and what was going on in the local congregations, even in the more remote places of Norway. And this pastoral filter, here represented by a very famous portrait by Mathias Stoltenberg, showing the Dean Bull in the middle of Norway, around 1810, I guess. As a typical example of this, he was quite orthodox pastor, extremely authoritative, but also representing that the fact that all the expectations from, say, from the court, from the king, from the central administration, were filtered through the pastors, through the vicars, to the parishes, and these ideals were basically about the whole of society being put under God's will. So there was, you could not escape God in a way. He was everywhere. He was omnipresent too. But again, from below, even with this Dean Bull, and I have several examples of that, he was also met with expectations from below in the early 19th century of ritual delivery. And one of the main instruments actually for the parishes to criticize their pastor was to accuse him of not having performed a ritual perfectly correct. And many congregations understood that that was a very important instrument of power, saying, well, you eliminated the part of the baptismal ritual, for instance, then I can complain about you. And that happened with this Dean Bull. He was accused of having skipped part of the baptism ritual, which some of these ministers meant that they had the right to do, and he was sentenced. He was not removed from his office, but he got a huge fine after accusation and from his congregation. So again, still in the early 19th century, there was a power struggle and also a negotiation culture, quite intact, I think. But the question of trust is important to ask here, but very difficult to respond to, because if I'm right in describing this as some kind of religious economy, is that based on trust? I'm not sure. It might be. They might have had some trust in the vicar as a person, of course, and we'll give some examples of that. But some of this trust was obviously also connected to things that were just connected with the vicars and even bigger with the vicar than the vicar. For instance, his cloak. So you could actually get access to the power represented by the vicar by taking some of his symbols and use it for your own purposes. And that's not necessarily trust. It's more like an economic transaction in a way. So I don't have the final answer to this, but there is a cultural element in this that is a bit difficult to grasp, I think. But if you look, and now this is one of my favorite places. This is not far from the city of Tromsø in northern Norway. It's a small island called Tranøy. It was a very important trade center, actually, all until the mid-19th century. And this is, in a Norwegian perspective, the ideal combination of a local religious center. With the church here, with medieval elements, but as it is now, it's built in the mid-1600s. A churchyard surrounding it. This is the old vicarage from the mid-1700s. This is the new vicarage from the mid-1800s. And of course, the vicarage was, for all practical reasons, a farm, competing with all other farmers in the area. So the pastor was also a farmer, and had to act as such. But what was going on in this local, say, cultural or religious center? Well, teaching, confirmation has been mentioned already. At least in these parts of Norway, all training and education linked to confirmation took place in the vicarage, not in the homes, but in the vicarage, led by the pastor himself. Many people went to the vicarage to get counseling, not necessarily from the vicar, but from the vicar's wife. For instance, so you have to look at this as also as some kind of pastor's familiar structure. So there is a gender element in this. Consorting, of course, of all kinds, both spiritual and secular things. In larger parts of Norway, there was no professional medical doctors, but many of the pastors had actually studied medicine while being in Copenhagen, so they were actually in position to at least give some preliminary medical treatment. Poor relief was linked to these centers. Many of the old and poor were actually taken in as members of the household of the vicar. That was both institutionalized and part of the law. So the pastor was actually obliged to take in some of the poor people in his own congregation and give them food and housing. And not least important, this was the center of registers and certificates. The church protocols, of course, were kept here, and that they were both physically and symbolically an important instrument of this mediating power between the central powers and the local society, that you actually had your name in the church registers, and if you needed to move from one parish to another, you had to go to the pastor and get a certificate saying that you actually had been baptized by this and this pastor at that time, this date and this year. Without such a certificate, you were not able to go from one parish to another. You couldn't travel without it. And of course, this was some kind of called primitive welfare system in total. It's possible to interpret it as that. Not institutionalized as we think of it, but in totality, there was some kind of local welfare thinking linked to this negotiation between the parishioners and the pastor, but also partly linked to some of the official duties of the pastor himself. He had to do this. He couldn't say, I'm not interested. He had to actually put up with this. And of course, there is some element of enlightenment here too, especially when it came to the teaching dimension, the counseling dimension, the medical treatment. I mean, people got some kind of idea of how modern medicine worked, or for that matter, how to run a farm in a modern way. So it was also, I put it in brackets here, but still, it had some kind of motivation element, some kind of modernizing culture in this, in it, at least as a potential. So this was the ideal then. And I think that was the reality in most parts of Norway in the early 1800s, actually, when it comes to social and cultural realities. But of course, something happened during the 19th century. And here comes the tricky part when it comes to, in a way, tracing the roots of the modern welfare society. There are some breaks here, and in Norway it's very easy to see when that break took place. It took place in 1814 when Norway got its independence, its own constitution. The king continued to be the head of the church, but with then a parliament on his side. And from the 1814 and onwards, they were slowly developing a separation between the Lutheran Church, the state church, and the state as a corporation. Starting, for instance, with the 1842 abolishing of the Conventicle Act of 1741. So after 1842, anyone, for instance, this Hans Nielsen Hauge, we saw the pictures already, he could freely walk around in the whole country and act as a preacher, then competing with the pastors. And these lay preachers, they had actually the privilege of moving. The pastor could not move, but these could move all along the country. The pastor had to stay in his parish, but these people were mobile and able to spread their message all over the country if they wanted, or at least in parts of it. And even more importantly, in 1845, the Norwegian Parliament passed an act, a Religious Tolerance Act, giving any Christian denomination the possibility of establishing themselves in Norway without losing the position as being a Norwegian citizen. Which, for all practical reasons then, ended the relationship between king and church as one united entity, and instead establishing the so-called, what was now called the Norwegian Church, meaning the Lutheran Church of Norway, as a separate identity and a separate entity. So, and this was in a church and religious perspective, expressions of some kind of social or religious unity lost. It was not longer taken for granted that being a Norwegian citizen was being a member of a Lutheran church. You could be Roman Catholic, you could be a Baptist or whatever, and still be a Norwegian citizen with full rights. And there were, of course, talking about trust and definitely mistrust. Norway was also the center of quite important conflicts and I would call it riots, starting in the late 17th or 18th century with Christian Lofthus. There is no picture surviving of him. It was actually a tax riot, starting with a few farmers, but eventually managed to almost kill several civil servants. And in the end, he was put to prison and died in prison in 1797. Christian Lofthus, the Lofthus Racing, with at least part of their protests were linked to anti-clericalism, because they were accusing the pastors of taking too much money from the congregations. So that was also part of the taxing, of course. The next generation, represented by Hans Nielsen Hauge, in the picture in the middle here, he didn't start a riot, but his symbolic resistance towards, say, pastoral or the vicar's privilege to preach was even more important, I think, than this tax riot by Christian Lofthus. And in the next generation again, we had this, especially in 1848, he started to study law, I think, but he ended up leading an enormous riot in Norway in 1848, which both was, it was not, I think Tran himself was a free thinker, but it was not against religion as such. They actually appealed to God. May God help us, may God give us freedom and liberty and God, what else? But they were definitely against the pastors and the vicar's power. So the anti-clerical dimension of the Tran riot was quite obvious and quite explicit, which also resulted in him being first put to prison and then sent to America to get rid of him once and for all. And but he had 50,000 supporters walking from one parish to another protesting and partly attacking ministers locally. So there was really a danger of Norway ending as a center of a revolution, but they managed to throw him out. And then the question trust and not trust, theology and politics versus the social realities in Norwegian parishes in the 19th century. Well, despite of the regulations in the Constitution of 1814, the pastors still were state officials appointed by the king. So their formal status were in a way not changed, and that of course continued their authoritative position locally, and they were still heading, local committees for poor relief, the local school administrations, the public registers were still in the hands of the pastors all through the 19th century. And even by the end of the century, 95% of Norwegians, they attended the Lutheran church rituals. So in practice, in the local context, very little was changed. And the question then is, when did the change really appear when it comes to this local level, which is my focus here? I mean, one can study ideas and discussions and political changes. So the question is, to use one of these French analyst expressions, how long is actually a longue durée? How long does a longue durée last? Of course, there are long or hard traditions from the Reformation century, the 16th century, all the way through the 19th century. It's not difficult to see that, especially on the local level. But I think some of the real changes that took place, and this is my last arguments then, that was during the 19th century was that even many of the pastors themselves started to question their own formal authority. They were increasingly looking for the true Christian belief in themselves. They went themselves introspective and said that, well, I have my authority as an ordained minister, but I have to seek for true Christian belief in myself to really be able to use that authority for anything. And if I don't have a free or a true Christian belief myself, my authority is vain, it's empty, it's a shell. So that is, of course, and that changed the clerical power from inside. I think that's a very important element in seeing what is going on. And of course, true and partly outside these conflicts and changes going on in the Lutheran among the Lutheran ministers in this period, there was also discussions and actually real changes about how a formal welfare society, not based on local organizations or local duties, but more on a national level, on what these reforms should be based. Should they be based on formal authority, or should they be also added trustworthiness and credibility among those who organize these welfare systems, not only the minister, but public administration in general? So you can question or ask the question if what is being developed during the 19th century and continuously in the following century is a new kind of religious economy, that you actually expect things from the system, but you have to give the system something. So one question coming out from it, the final question is, where did this negotiation culture between the local pastors and the members of the parishes, where did that end in the new state-controlled and state-regulated welfare systems? In a way, these negotiations seem to have disappeared. And they were part of this trust-mistrust religious economy structures that I think was very important to, in the old, say, pre-modern system. So it seems that something has disappeared, and is this a forgotten root among the forgotten roots? I don't know. But it could be a question. I won't answer it, but I think the question is worthwhile to actually ask. So thank you for your attention.
So thank you very much for a very interesting... oh, sorry. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Yes. Do we have any questions for Arne? Yes. No, comments.
Yeah, thank you very much. That was really interesting. It's not really a question, it's more my impression from your presentation is that what is gone is paternalism. And so maybe if we think of the welfare state, what has come is a form of commodification of the welfare state regime. Is that maybe something that has happened at that time at the end of the 19th century when the poor relief system changed in Norway too?
Well, just to comment on your comment, I think you are very right. I didn't use the concept of paternalism here because I think it in a way reduces the negotiation element. When we talk about paternalism, it's just a father ruling everything. But I think it was more complicated than that. But something is obviously lost during the 19th and early 20th century. So I agree with you there. Thank you.
Yes, and Frederik, after having drunk a beer for lunch.
Yeah.
Only one, though. Thank you for a thought-provoking talk. The old sacred economy, as you portray it here, seems to me to some degree consist of Catholic remnants in a certain sense. I mean, you also pointed to this slow infacing of Protestantism in Norway, and that also sort of squares with the fact that I mean, for a first glance, it may appear surprising that the campaign against crypto-Calvinism became earlier than the campaign against crypto-Catholicism, but that was the case. I mean, the large campaign against crypto-Catholicism was really only in the middle of the 17th century, and that was primarily waged in Norway. Evidently, there was many more Catholic remnants in Norway than in the Danish part of the realm. So my question is just that this old sacred economy that you are depicting so convincingly, isn't that more Catholic than it's Protestant?
I don't even think it's Catholic. It's all human.
Maybe
it's
even
all
not
human.
so.
But of course, you were very interestingly referring to especially the 18th century pietists in your fascinating lecture, and one element of the engagement of the early pietists in culture was to discover what they regarded as pagan and Catholic remnants in their contemporary religious culture. Erik Pontoppidan, they wrote several small pamphlets against these things. So, but I'm not sure if it could be restricted to Roman Catholicism in a way, because no one knew about that in the 19th century. They didn't know very much about it. But I think it was more a general religious culture that I think still exists. I mean, there are very few real pietists around, but many people have some kind of idea of a supernatural power, but you negotiate with this power. This is perhaps the big negotiation going on between the humans and the supernatural powers. So I think it's more human, as I say. But of course, you can also find it in the Catholic medieval ages, obviously, but it's older and younger than that, I guess. So it's, yeah.
Yes, okay, let's check. Does anyone have? Yeah, Per? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Very interesting. So I have a question there about this. I mean, that could maybe be called the paternalist structure of the parishes. So in terms of the trust it enjoyed, I mean, which I guess another way to put that would be that there was a sense of legitimacy of this structure, and I guess often when that legitimacy is perceived as being lost, what takes the foreground is the coercive measures. So I wonder, like in all these roles that the kind of the pastor filled, so education, welfare, all that, was there also this role as the kind of like representing the law, like also the kind of like the hard powers of the state, and was that one of the reasons too why the kind of like the structure itself was seen as kind of trustworthy? Or?
Well, the coercive element here is very interesting and quite complex. I have, in combination with another research project some years ago, gone through many of these local ecclesiastical courts. They call it prosteretten. the deans had the right to establish a church court somehow. It was not a permanent institution, but you could establish it, especially in cases where members of a local congregation had done something that were regarded as religiously suspicious. But every time this court, this ecclesiastical court actually came with a sentence, they were able to give a sentence. They said, well, we can give you a church sentence. You should go to public confession or something like that. But when it comes to other punishment, we hand you over to a civil court. Or if it was a soldier involved, to a military court. So it seems that the hard approach was left to a civil or a military court, while the church court was more like, well, don't do this again, or repent in the church, but that's all. So it's a very, very complex power structure when it comes to realities locally, at least. But of course, these church courts they were removed in the 1880s. Actually, they existed very long in Norway. Yes.
Yes. Very interesting. Thank you, Arne. And so, yeah. And so now it's time for Carl Clemens to do his presentation. And Carl Clemens is currently a PhD fellow, I think, at the Basel Universität. And he's doing a PhD about Alexander Kluge, is that correct? The German writer and film director. But today he'll do a presentation based on his master thesis, I think it is, about the Norwegian working class writer Johan Falkenberg. If we can make it work.
Yes, hopefully. This was all correct.
Good.
Thanks. Yes, I haven't tried it with PowerPoint, but it will work. Otherwise, I'll do it without anything.
It's, yeah. So when you're ready, just go.
All right. Okay, let's do this. Thank you for inviting me here. It's a great pleasure. I hadn't thought of that so many parallels would open up, especially with the talk right before me, as the attentive listeners will soon notice. Today I will talk about Johan Falkenberg. The topic of my talk is called I to kan utrette store ting sammen, as you can read. The narrative reintegration of Protestantism into labor movement discourse in 2 novels by Johan Falkenberg. This title is rather long, but I will soon give you the argument beforehand so that maybe it becomes a bit clearer. So this presentation is about 2 novels published by the minor journalist, politician and literary author Johan Falkenberg between 1917 and 23. This is a very special time in Norwegian labor, within the history of Norwegian labor movement. Therefore, I think these 2 novels are very significant. The first one is Brennoffer, which I will talk soon about. And the second one is Den fjerde nattevakt. Both novels, I would say, are not as popular today as they were in 1923, unfortunately, but still there are a lot of interesting thoughts to extract from them. My main thesis actually is that both novels show distinct narrative patterns, certain schemes of narration by which Christian virtue ethics and the political struggle of the labor movement are somewhat amalgamated into a narrative or a shared challenge. So both these social powers are integrated into one, which resonates with this decisive time. The literary text is in this case serves somewhat as a public space in which possibilities of political alliances are articulated. Usually people are a bit cautious to interpret a literary text with like current political debates going on, but in these 2 cases it makes sense to talk also about the context. And we will start with this now. So first of all, I have to talk about who Johan Falkenberg is, because he's not really famous anymore, unfortunately. Yesterday I've talked to somebody who told me that he is known among people who maybe aren't as young as young anymore as maybe I am. So there was maybe a generational shift, the person called, and I think this was really precise. Johan Falkberger, this is him, famously with his hat in front of the stone of his hometown. This is very important, we'll soon talk about that. He was born in 1879 in Rugeldalen, close to Røros. This is one of the most important copper mining areas of Norway, or it has been the most important copper mining areas in Norway, which is a very barren landscape. I don't know who has been there, but there are few trees. The agricultural the fields it's really rare. It's hard to maintain agriculture there. So he had to follow family tradition and went to work in the mine. First as a washer of the ore, and then he also climbed down into the mines. At 27, he stopped working as a miner and started to become a journalist. He had a early passion for writing, for telling stories, and so he became a journalist with socialist and social democratic newspapers, first in Ålesund, and then also in Røros. But he also wrote for different newspapers at that time. It's a bit difficult to determine. The most researchers say his literary debut was Svarte Fjellet in 1907. Soon after, he would move to Kristiania, Oslo nowadays, where he would work for more than 10 years as a journalist. And this is, of course, also an important time in any European country, I would say, because there he would cover the hardship of the war years, which also, as most of you know, would hit Norway very hard. In this time was very productive. So Falkberger must be regarded as one of the most productive authors of the 20th century in Norway, because he's published more than 5,000 articles for newspapers and more than 50 literary publications. And especially during this time in Kristiania, he was very, very active in writing and participated in the public discourse of the labor movement, but also about the economic problems of these barren regions of eastern Norway. This is also the period where the two novels were published, and which I will talk about soon. An important date in his life was 1922, when he moved back to Røros, or close to Røros, where he obtained a farmhouse and a bit of plot of land. Because at this date we can see a certain shift in his work. He started suddenly writing more about the society of the miners, the community of the miners, their hardship and their everyday life, so to say, and how it differed actually from the distinct problems of the industrial proletariat in Kristiania. And some also say that this date is linked to a certain religious experience, but this can't be verified. So these are people who had talked to him, who said this about him by second hand. So there are these opinions, but nobody knows how trustworthy they are. This is him again. In the following years, he rose to certain significance in this area, actually, because he served as a board member of the Røros Kobbergruve, of the mining company. He became a politician. He was voted into the Parliament of Norway. He was a Stortingsrepresentant, and he fought for the region. He fought for the state buying the mines in order to keep the jobs in this remote landscape and to give a prospect to the people there. Of course, he was a member of the Arbeiderpartiet. This mustn't surprise anyone, I guess. During the time in Røros, he also wrote 2 big novel cycles. The one is Christianus Sextus, named after one of the largest mines in the area, and the other one is Nattens Brød. I think many of you have already noted that the titles already bear a certain allusion to religious topics. Den fjerde nattevakt, Brennoffer, Nattens Brød. All of these titles can be found as phrases in the Bible, of course. And Brennoffer refers to Isaac and Abraham. Yeah. He died in 1967. He rose to certain popularity, or he was a really popular author. His books sold quite well. There are some newspaper articles who say that Den fjerde nattevakt was sold in the first year like with 40,000 pieces. 40,000 issues were printed and sold from this book, which is quite impressive. Siri Undset recommended him for the Nobel Prize Committee in 1948, but he didn't win it, unfortunately. But the people from Røros made a campaign in order that people could give him money that he can sustain his small economy on the farm, and so he was awarded with 190,000 krona in order to keep on writing and living. So this makes him a popular figure. Arngeir Berg has characterized Falkberget with the following quotation. Johan Falkberget ga ved flere anledninger uttrykk for at det var umulig å skille mellom hans journalistikk og hans forfatterskap. Det var fra gruvesamfunnet han hentet sine romanskikkelser, og det var her han ble inspirert til å prøve seg som journalist. Falkberget var seg bevisst hvor han kom fra, var ett med de skikkelsene han beskrev og tok stilling for dem. Han var sosialistisk agitator, kulturformidler og folkeopplyser, og på forsiktig måte en religiøs forkynner. In this quotation you already see, I would say this quotation is rather on point, because here the main topics of his work, of his oeuvre, are condensed into one quotation. It's the consciousness for the labor class, for the working class, especially for the miners, but also for religious topics, for a somewhat emancipating faith. So I have to, before I get to the novels themselves, I have to say a bit about the situation of the labor movement during this period, because it sheds light on these 2 publications. The year 1918 was a very important year for the labor movement, and Niels Ivar Agaus writes very intensively about that. Why this is the case. In this year, the radical socialists took over the power inside of the Arbeiderpartiet, which led eventually to many small split-ups within the Arbeiderpartiet. And so this party was in a constant struggle the following years. And this was mainly due to like a question, where should the labor movement go? What path should it take? But to a minor extent also, what should be the relationship of the labor movement towards the church and to religion? And these were the debates that happened in Oslo in the newspapers, but also where Johan Falkberget also participated in. So it was a major ideological question. And I have also brought 2 examples for this debate. One is, there are several other points that need to be stressed first. So there's this stereotype, we have mentioned this before, therefore I will not say that much about it, that the labor movement is solely an agent of secularization, and this is not always the case, as especially the Norwegian labor movement has shown, because there has been like certain anti-clerical sentiments, as you mentioned with Marcus Trane, Ungsosialismen, Martin Tranmæl later during the post-war period. But this is not only true. The truth is that there have been many intersections between church, religious figures, and the labor movement. Actually, so many of the functionaries inside of the Arbeiderpartiet in the beginning of the 20th century were actual priests, and there were also theologians who embraced the social question as a certain as the new decisive question for church and for theology. Among them, Karl Kono, who wasn't a labor man, but who was a liberal theologian and who brought forth the question: how should church behave towards this disparity of income, of capital? And Michael Hertzberg, who wrote this famous book, Kirken og Folket, and who actually stepped down from his priesthood in order to work in a factory. I wrote a famous book about that. For example, Michael Hertzberg wrote in this book, Kirken og Folket, folkene på jorden I bevegelse som kanskje aldri før. Det skulle da være I historiens mest urolige tider. Den slekt som nå lever, har opplevd verdens veldigste krig. Vi vet ennå ikke hva resultatet vil bringe, men vår tids slekt opplever også en annen kamp der har nått dimensjoner som aldri før. Vi tenker på den sosiale kamp. Den første en folkekrig mellom nasjoner, så dette en broderkrig mellom de forskjellige klasser innen folket. Og han var teolog og prest og skrev disse linjer og hadde... Oh, sorry, I'm sorry. It's difficult to differentiate. Yeah. Oh, thanks for reminding me. Yes, so he was a theologian, and he devoted a lot of his energies and of his writings to this question. And one important aspect of this is that he also calls the state church as ecclesia militans. He writes, derfor kalles den jo også den stridende kirke, ecclesia militans, fordi den satt I verden til kamp mot åndskapens åndehær under himmelen, og det selvfølgelig ikke bare mot de individuelle ånder og mot menneskenes enkeltsynder, men like så vel mot de sosiale ånder, mot samfunnssyndene. So he tries, or in the whole book, he tries to not only bring up practical issues and how the church can actually act in a social way or can help diminish the poverty, diminish poverty, but also that he brought forth this intellectual problem, how there is a structural imbalance within the society. But I also have to say he was not a socialist, so to say. So he didn't want to abolish church or anything. But he was, in this regard, rather radical among these theologians. Yeah, we'll jump a bit. Another important figure of that time was Edvard Bull, on the other side of that spectrum, so to say. He was one of the most important historians of the labor movement and served also as a foreign minister, if I remember correctly. He wrote this famous book called Kommunisme og religion, where he would state or weigh certain positions of communism and the labor movement towards religion. And this book is rather interesting because he strongly opposes the church as it is now, or in the year of 1923. But he doesn't say that the Communist Party or the labor movement should abolish religion as such. And for him, religion is something that comes out of the material foundation of a society, and with it, with the material foundation of society, also the spiritual things will change. And this was rather influential in that time. But yeah, just to show you that these were active debates going on during the time of the publication. But now to the actual books. I have talked now a lot about the context. What is this? What are these books about? Brennoffer is a story. was published in 1917. And it's a story about a family moving from rural Norway, from an agrarian lifestyle, into the big city, and they become proletarians and impoverished. So this is the story about Jon and his wife, and they see that they have no future on the countryside because it's really hard to work in the fields and to work in the subsistence economy, and then they think it's a good idea to go to Christiania to work in a foundry. And they do this, but they walk down the hill. The story is always about some vectors of movement, and there they found themselves alienated, especially from nature. Of course, it's the lost paradise. The paradise is lost. But also alienated from their religious experiences. So they don't have any religious experiences anymore. And this is one of the main narratives, so to say, that there's were published in the first year, and they were more and more, up to 40,000, the newspaper in the end of the year said. Aschehoug was the publisher, as you can see. And this novel is completely different. This, as I told before, Falkbergen moved back to Røros, to the mining town, so to say, and suddenly he switched away his perspective from the Industriproletariatet to the mining community. What's it about? Here we have the family of a priest migrating into this this mountain town. Which is Røros, which is based on Røros, and they come from Copenhagen. So the new priest comes from a wealthy, educated family, was educated in Copenhagen, and then must move to the edge of Norway, so to say, into a barren landscape. And it's in the first part about the struggles of being integrated into this society. This is also strongly shown in the opposition of the dialects. So the priest in the book, the passages where the priest speaks are of course written in riksmål or Danish. It's a bit difficult to discern, I would say. But definitely in an educated, fine language, one would say at that time, I guess. And the other people in the village, they speak, of course, the dialect, and the Falkberger writes also in that dialect then. And this book then unravels the story of how this opposition is actually overturned, and there's the development of a one love story. I will not talk about that much because I don't think it's so central for the story. The important story is how the priest and a blacksmith actually become friends, and the blacksmith also serves as a how do you say this? A klokker. He rings the bell, a chime, and he also sings in the church. So there's this uneducated, really rough labor type whom the priest first despises, and who also despises the priest at first, but suddenly they come together and they form a certain union. And how is this union told, or how does this the forming of the union develop? This happens with, I would say, four certain narrative strands. One of them is the turning back to the authentic. Both of them ask the question, or raise the question by their doings. What is the actual good, and what problems have modern times brought us? There are certain examples for this. One is, for example, the black powder. On many occasions in the book, the injuries of the miners are told about, and how first the gunpowder and dynamite brought this into the lives of the miners, that they could be hurt so badly. And so a lot in the story is about how to regain the original, the authentic. And the authentic is always the former times, of course, the times before the black powder was introduced, the time before industrial production, which is a bit difficult to say because this novel takes place a little bit before industrialization in Norway. Yeah, but there are certain artifacts also brought into the diegesis, which are artifacts of former times, and the characters revere it. And by this turning back to the authentic and the reverence of the authentic, also the priesthood itself is questioned. So an important part of this novel is that the priest reflects on the task of what a priest should do when he observes the doings of the people in the village. He notices that they don't act based on any abstract moral concepts, but they act as human beings toward each other without having the theoretical reflection about the ethical concepts. And then he sees that they intuitively do good without actually talking about it. And so he himself reflects on his duties as a priest. What should a priest do? And following, he changes a lot about his day-to-day service. For example, he stops wearing the sutan, the priest's coat. He stops wearing that. He starts wedding to give the wedding vows without anything, like in the simple clothes of a mountaineer. And so we are shown how the office is changed from below, so to say, and the office adapts to the lifestyle of the miners. The most important, or no, not the most important, but one of the most important scenes in the whole novel is when they celebrate a mass together, the blacksmith and the priest, and they celebrate it not in a church, but next to the entrance of the mine, so on top of the mountain. And this is the nye bergprediken, so the new mountains sermon. Falkberger often uses these allusions to biblical stories in order to give a fundament to this reformation of the Reformation, so to say. As the time is running, I have to shorten the last part a bit. What is this? Like, if we dig a little bit deeper, what is this that makes the priest question his own duty? It's a certain stance towards life he observes among the miners, who actually are sinful. We are given like the life history of certain miners, and they don't act always like in the perfect way. Some of them are drinkers. Some of them are uneducated or not. I don't know. Fine persons. This is a refined person. This is not my opinion, but the Falkberger narrator puts it like this. But still, even the drinker gives his last krone to poor children, and even a miner who's rather poor and who also suffers hunger leaves open the barn in order that people can take food out of it if they're hungry. And these are small examples that should illustrate a certain existentialism the miners live, because there's always a threat of death when they go down into the mine. They fear that the last judgment is always imminent, and therefore they behave well in their surroundings, and this is what makes the priest change his opinion on his office, on his habits, on his talking, which brings him into an existential crisis, but gives us, the readers, the impression that the church must be rebuilt from the bottom up. Yes.
Yes.
This was
thank
it.
you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carl Clemens, for this. Do we have any comments or questions? Yes, Arne?
Thank you for a very fascinating talk. I have just one question. What is your impression of Falkberg's status within the labor movement, more, say, ideologically and politically? He seemed to be a very local or regional representative in the parliament. But was he noticed? Was he a marginal person? What is your impression of that?
It's a very good question. So I have mostly read newspaper articles from that time, and also from the time of his death, and I tried to find out about that. It's really difficult to determine because he was praised a lot in the newspapers, but I don't know whether people actually believed that or had the same opinion. But since there are no miners anymore, these stories, they have no base anymore, so to say. It's hard to imagine, I would say, this life and these stories and the importance of those stories.
Thank you so much for your talk. That was really impressive because as a PhD student, just finishing the master's thesis, it was really a very good performance. I just appreciate that. But my question relates to, you've talked a bit about the form of narration in the novels, but can you maybe explain a bit more? Because you mentioned that this is not my position, it's the narrator's perspective on the characters. How is it narrated?
Yeah, I'd love to. It's just a bit difficult with all the text. Thanks for the question. So we have a strong identification of the narrator with the main protagonist mostly, and with his with his destiny, so to say. So the narrator always moves downwards with the protagonist and moves upwards, but there are certain moments where the narrator steps back and reflects on what happens to the protagonist now, and these are probably the most interesting moments in these novels, because then we see what the position of the narrator to the protagonist is, and it's always, this is why I said it's a bit schematic. The narrator uses the protagonist as an example. It's always exemplary tales that show us that this person can be any person, any working person. And the narrator tries to make us empathize with the protagonist. And therefore, as I said, it's rather questionable whether these are literary or like works of high literary quality. One can debate that because it's the mechanism is always the same. It's always this, giving us an example of how the poor miners, the poor industrial workers live, and the biggest danger is always losing one's faith. But also I have to. Is there time? Can I say one thing more? I'm sorry. What is really important is that Falkberg also works as kind of a, or these books can be read in a way as catechisms, because in both novels there are printed excerpts of Psalms, Kingo Psalms. There are excerpts from the Bible, and they are just like, it's montage. They're printed in there, and the reader in the novel, the character that reads, is the same as we are. We also read the same things. So it's not only what I've described at first, but it's also a bit nuanced. But I would say this is the most dominant technique of narration.
Thank you very much as well from me. It was really, really interesting, and yet what you have added now goes a little bit to my question now as well. So I was wondering about a bit about this Christian intertext that you were mentioning, and how does it have a need to use these intertext? Just one small thing, just in preparation. So the structure of what you mentioned, that you first give an example and then you give an interpretation of the example. And this is quite new from religious literature and devotion. So the exemplar that's in the Middle Ages, so there is he's writing some tradition inside as well. But so the other thing is, why does he need it?
Yeah, it's a very good question. I mean, my hypothesis to that was that he actually aims at a certain audience, and that he also writes for the minors. And this is what I mean, there are certain interviews with him where he's asked, what would he have done if you wouldn't have been a writer? And he said, either a blacksmith or a priest. And this is solely anecdotal, I know, but still there is a certain consciousness or an awareness of an audience around him that was also literate. He said that Swedish miners gave him his first books, and so he wanted to give a historiography of this mining societies, and also that the miners themselves can read it and have something from it. This would be my hypothesis, but yeah, it's hard to prove now because I would need a lot of text for it.
Thank you very much, Carl Clemens, also for answering these questions in a very sufficient way. So I think for now we will we have scheduled a break until 4 o'clock.
Normally we should have coffee outside. I have no control, but normally we should have coffee outside.
Yeah, super. Okay, see you at 4 o'clock here again.
Well, I think we want to start again because, you know, it is 4 o'clock and we try to get Scandinavian now. Very punctual and so on. So I'm very, very happy to present now Niels Gunnar Hansen and the session on Pontoppidan. And we have already talked a lot about Pontoppidan in the last hours, but it is not the Pontoppidan, but the other Pontoppidan we were talking about today. Because, even if he is the Eric Pontoppidan is a great grandfather of I don't know how many great, but he was very great. Yes, and his small child as well. So thank you very much, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the invitation. I don't give a presentation of Pontoppidan as such, so I presuppose that he is well known. I'm not sure I can do that, but let's see. The Pontoppidans were pastors through centuries in Denmark. And Henrik Pontoppidan, he was a Danish author and Nobel Prize winner, wrote a lot of novels and short stories. And he was out of this huge house of pastors going several hundred years back to all parts of Denmark. Now, as you well know, in the Catholic Church, the priest position as an outsider is enhanced by celibacy. In the Lutheran or the Protestant churches, a radical change takes place. You could say that the pastors become an estate of their own, with the possibility of getting married, with the possibility of getting married, the pastors become an estate with a particular culture of the household and the family. Now, Pontoppidan, of course, is born into this culture, into this household, but he revolves around this worldly fact in a very harassing way throughout all of his novels and short stories. So he's very critical of this special culture and household. At the same time, he seems very fascinated by the pastors who go their own ways, who scandalize the decorum. So he has a lot of characters in his works. The controversial pastor, the mad pastor, the reformer, the wandering preacher. I would say that all in all, there is a certain ambivalence in Pontoppidan in what concerns Christianity in all its aspects. I would say that in some sense he is cold and warm at the same time, if you can use these words. In the matters of opinions and intellectual views, he stands outside the church and the religion. But in the region of, how should we say, emotions, intimacy, and familiarity, he is, on the contrary, an insider. He knows this culture from within, and sometimes when he meets it, especially in his older days, he can get sentimental and emotional and tell young women that he himself has been raised in a præstegård and such things. So you can read him in different ways. He may be read as a very sharp opponent of Christianity in the radical tradition of Georg Brandes. That's the so-called kulturradikalisme in Denmark, who will see Pontoppidan as a warrior alongside with Georg Brandes in the struggle against Christianity. But you could likewise interpret him as an heir of Søren Kierkegaard in his... Søren Kierkegaard was a Christian himself, but he has this irreconcilable criticism of all the hypocritical and leisurely priests that do not live up to the radical Christian demands. So Pontoppidan can be seen as an heir to Kierkegaard. As you may know, Georg Brandes stated that if Kierkegaard had lived 20, 30, 40 years longer, he would have stopped being a Christian. He only stayed in the church because he died at the age of 43. So maybe you could see Pontoppidan as a Kierkegaard who had grown older. Now, I have a project on the pastors in Pontoppidan as literary characters. I haven't done the work yet, so it's kind of foreshadowing. I want to examine to what extent are they. Of course, they are certain psychological and social types, these characters, and they are representatives of the different factions in the Danish church at that period. You could say that they are illustrative, representative literary characters, perhaps flat characters in the terminology of E.M. Forster. But I would also like to examine to what extent are they open, complex, and reflexive characters, round characters in the terminology of Forster. Or are they perhaps mixed creatures who exude both satire and inspiration in their personal confrontation with the ideal demand of the gospel? So I would like to make some sort of mapping of all the pastors in Pontoppidan. A pastor is a special character, but of course many of the known fictional characters in Pontoppidan are non-pastors. His most famous characters are, I guess, Per and Jacobe from the novel Lucky Per, and Torben and Jytte from the novel The Realm of the Dead. So I will propose to distinguish between the illustrative characters and the explorative characters in a radical sense, that is, Per, Jacobe, Torben, and Jytte, who are non-pastors and are not determined by are not in the same way determined by their position in society. And I guess that through them, Pontoppidan is exploring different trajectories of human development in modern society. And I will also be interested in the pastors who in Pontoppidan is transgressing the type or the purely mimetic representation of real pastors by giving access to exploring a very particular configuration of human qualities, dilemmas, contradiction, etc. Perhaps you can say that a pastor is not always a pastor. It's a point I borrowed from the literary critic James Wood, who says that a pastor is a literary character that may enable the author to write about a lot of other things than just pastors, because the pastor is combining a lot of elements and dilemmas and challenges in his character. Pontoppidan displays both opposition and fascination in what concerns the pastors. Now he often, or his implicit narrator, what you will call it, he often criticizes his pastors for being vain, lazy, hypocritical, selfish, self-absorbed, and much too fond of food and drink. As you may see, the underlying norm of this criticism seems to be an ascetic ideal, although it is never very directly expressed in Pontoppidan, this asceticism. What do you call it? Asceticism. So he's very critical, but at the same time, the religion of his childhood, it is as if it intrigues him as a form of life, an environment, a stumbling block. He cannot be finished with it, so to speak. And as I have mentioned before, he is especially interested in the inherent possibility of self-transgression and radicalization. It is as if Christianity is haunted by some kind of autoimmune syndrome, as if it can always turn against itself. One can never know when the gospel leaves the church and begins to wander the roads once again. And how can any system, the system must somehow be prepared to neutralize this threat who is always lurking. Well, this was a general introduction, and then I will say something about his Pontoppidan's public lecture, Kirken og dens mænd, the church and its men. In 1914, Pontoppidan gave one of the very, very rare public lectures of his life. The title of the lecture was Kirken og dens mænd, the church and its men, and it was a vehement attack on the Danish Lutheran Church and its representatives. I will, in the rest of my talk, try to follow the arguments and trace the ambivalence of Pontoppidan and compare the opinions of the lecturer to some of his fictional investigations into the priest as a character. Is there alignment between Pontoppidan the lecturer and Pontoppidan the novelist? As a matter of fact, I don't think I will have time to make the comparison with the novels, and I haven't done the work yet, so I'll keep to the lecture and my paraphrase of it. Pontoppidan says that every Sunday in Denmark there are 1,100 pastors preaching, and they ought to be contradicted. This is his purpose with the lecture. He describes all these 1,100 pastors as a unanimous front of opinions, and it's scandalous that this unanimous front of opinions cannot be contradicted. Then he has different satirical descriptions and situations. He says that he once by accident came to visit the official exam in theology at the university. And it was as if he had undertaken a time travel. I don't think he uses the phrase time travel, but it was like observing a medieval ritual, and the result of the exam was presented as a sentence from God himself, written in this big protocol. So a very solemn and medieval experience for Pontoppidan. Now the initiation to become a pastor is, on the contrary, he says, very idyllic, humanistic. We have the proud parents, we have the sweet girlfriend who is soon to become the sweet wife of the pastor. We have the vision of an old cozy rectory with a stork nest on the roof. No other civil servant in Denmark is surrounded with all this pomp and circumstance, he states, Pontoppidan. And he says that perhaps this was more relevant in the old days, where the church was a unity and all pastors preached the true doctrine unanimously. Perhaps you can notice that there is a contradiction here in Pontoppidan, because in his introductory remark he said that they are all preaching like a unanimous voice, but now he states that there's chaos and confusion in their collective messages on Sundays. But he said that the pomp and circumstance were more relevant in the old days because the pastor had great authority, even if he as a person was highly incompetent, which he may have been. This rite de passage was therefore necessary to bestow him with authority. But today, he says, the pastors are preaching their private meanings, and there are a general chaos in the theological doctrines, and therefore there is a dramatic contrast between the solemn form, the bestowing of authority, and the content that is in it. But a pastor cannot be saturated. The pastors want it all. Their private opinions are sanctified by the nimbus of the office. And Pontoppidan explains that the Sunday service in the Danish church is centered around the sermon. And this contributes to the vanity and the self-overestimation of the individual pastor, that he is the center of the service with his ridiculous sermon, I almost said. But at the same time, the common man has maintained a superstitious awe for the pastor. And now Pontoppidan tells an anecdote from the life of his grandfather. The grandfather had harvest people working for him in the field, and someday they have gotten lazy and he couldn't get them to work because he had shown up in his normal everyday dress. So actually he had to dress fully as the pastor, even with the altar book in his hand, returning to the field to make his harvest people work. So he had to present himself as the full pastoral authority. Henrik Pontoppidan traveled in Norway a couple of times, and he says that when he traveled in Norway, that must be sometime before 1914, everyone discussed a certain heretic pastor and his opinions. He does not state the name of this Norwegian pastor, but he says that when Bjørnstjerne Bjørnson, a generation before, had uttered the same views, no one listened, no one discussed it. So Pontoppidan concludes, a random chaplain outweighs a spiritual giant as Bjørnson. In other texts, Pontoppidan does not show that much respect for Bjørnson, but in this context, he is a spiritual giant. And he makes a formulation that could have been pronounced by Georg Brandes. It's almost impossible for us to raise ourselves above the swamp of theology. Theology as the dominant spiritual force in Denmark and Norway. The question now is, do they have any faith, these modern pastors? Henrik Pontoppidan turns to the anecdote once again, or he tells the story of a pastor from the good old days, where there were no modern pastors. This pastor from the good old days, he was a passionate man. He was fond of food and drink, acting and singing. He invited groups of actors to perform in his præstegård. When he got drunk, he might be offensive to women, and it took 4 men to put him to bed. and etc. But then on Sundays he could preach with both passion and remorse, the tears running down his cheeks, and the congregation left the church very uplifted by his sermon and by his general performance in the church. And of course they also knew the dark side of the pastor. A man such as this could not be a pastor nowadays, because the modern pastors are immaculate in their way of life. But they don't have the, what should we call it, the dramatic scope of the pastor from the good old days. They display no real joy or sorrow. They do not seem challenged themselves, but they constantly want to guide the people with moralism and pious opinions. They experience neither crucifixion nor joy, but they enjoy lots of tea and tobacco. And he says that the congregation can be saturated by this is almost like the biblical wonder of the feeding. The pastors have fought for their freedom of speech for generations, but now when they have it, they've got nothing to say. He does not go into details in describing this fight for freedom of speech. But then he turns to Grundtvig. Grundtvig, he struggled with the devil at Vindbyholt Inn. You may know the story. The devil showed himself to Grundtvig at a stay in this inn at Sjælland. Here a new Denmark was founded, and although Henrik Pontoppidan does not approve of the result, he respects the event as such. Because he says that when you read Grundtvig, in the writings of Grundtvig, you can feel the before and the after this event, the meeting with the devil. Grundtvig goes from passionless objectivity to personal experience of the great drama, and this shows in his writings. Back to the modern pastors. The modern pastors are very carefree. In a way, Pontoppidan says the church ought to be bankrupt due to modern science and Bible critique. But somehow you cannot feel it, that the church is bankrupt. The pastors are taking it very cold-blooded or carefree. How can one respect a faith as flexible as this one? As you can see, Pontoppidan had a great respect for Grundtvig and for pastors of the good old days, the old-time religion, but he has to clarify that he himself does not approve of the old-time religion and of Luther's catechism. It should not be understood as such. Actually, he regards it as a dead corpse that has been painted, the old Lutheranism. But he's making sort of a double front, because he says that he is no friend of rationalism either. And he says in a sort of programmatic sentence, life itself does not disclose its secrets as cheap as that. And he refers to modern science here and modern rationalism. Now, what do they do, the modern pastors? He says that they prefer to do church politics. They preach ideas of social justice. If you seek hidden wisdom, you go in vain, because they have not visited the desolate border areas of existence. As he said before, they have neither experienced crucifixion nor joy. We have to go elsewhere to find wisdom. We don't necessarily have to go to spiritual giants outside the church. I don't know if that's Bjørnson he talks about here. One can learn from the simple man whose religion is the sum of his life experiences. It is as if Pontoppidan here visions a religion who is not an institutionalized religion, but rather ordinary life experiences, or the sum of them. I have not quoted that, but I found out that after I did the paper, he actually talks about a new temple building who may be raised to contain this religion who is not institutionalized and that may belong to the common man. He soon gets back to the polemical, and he mentions the Bishop of Sjælland who wants to place all his eggs in the nest of the Social Democrats like a cuckoo. There seems to be a certain rivalization between the modern pastors and the Social Democrats. And he quotes one of the controversial pastors of the present times who celebrates all free thinkers in his writings. For this pastor, the free thinkers are the true spiritual giants. This is absurd, he says, Pontoppidan. This is pure carnival and sack racing. And now to my final slide. And you have to remember that this was a public lecture he gave in, it was actually in the city of Aalborg, Frederick's hometown. And he repeated the lecture a couple of weeks after in his native town of Randers, as far as I remember. But he only gave the lecture these 2 times. I'll come to the joke. In spite of all this, every Sunday the 1100 pastors take the pulpit bestowed with an authority that goes 1,000 years back. Their white collar, the præstekrav, is, he says, like a halo that has fallen down on their neck because their heads were too small. It's like the story of the earl who wanted to try the old king's crown, but it fell down on his eyes. And then he ends with the quote, "Den bærer kronen, som kronen voksen." The man that bears the crown must be man enough to bear the crown. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Other question? Okay. First three.
Thank you, Niels. This is but a small comment, but I just came to think about a contemporary of Pontoppidan, namely Harald Bergstedt, the Social Democrat author who turned Nazi during the war. I recall him writing about his youth. I mean, I came to think about it when when you refer to Pontoppidan's reference to the theological exams, because Bergstedt relates, you know, he was a peasant's son from the south of Zealand. He came to Copenhagen. He should study theology, and he was shocked to enter the faculty of theology, but for a completely opposite reason. Because he said, I was shocked. I thought I should learn about faith and God and divine stuff, and he was just a bunch of Bible criticists. They couldn't stop attack the Bible all of the time. So I have to give up this study. I wished to learn about God, but that was obviously not what it was about in that institution. So I just think, you know, it must have been at around the same time. So, I mean, just a completely different experience of the same institution.
Yes, I think perhaps Pontoppidan is tempted to tell this funny anecdote about the theological exam, because I guess one of his criticisms is also that the Bible critique perhaps has taken over too much room at the theological studies, and therefore perhaps he means that if they were to be consequent, they ought to give up going out and being pastors, all these theological students, because the religion has gone bankrupt, but instead it continues to live on in this sort of post manner, hypocritical, where they are then developing ideas of social justice, competing with the social democrats. So,
yes, thank you for a very interesting and fascinating presentation. First, a very short remark. I think this chaplain that Pontoppidan is referring to from Norway must be Johannes Ording, who was a chaplain at the time, but later became a professor of systematic theology at the University of Oslo in 1906. And it was a huge debate around this very liberal theologian.
Yeah.
So that must be the reference, just to make this short remark.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, I'm so fascinated by this opposition between his radical criticism and this somewhat nostalgic reference to the old-time religion. You can find some elements of that too in two Norwegian authors. They are a bit older. Alexander Kielland, for instance. They are pastor figures in some of his short stories, and definitely in Ibsen, with Brand, of course, also fighting with some of the same extreme different positions that a pastor could be confronted with at the time. And my second remark is that some of the criticism that Pontoppidan actually is coming with against his contemporary pastors could be actually expressed by some radical pietists in the early 1700s. It's absolutely the same sort of criticism for hypocrisy, too much eat and drink, not caring so much about their duties as pastors, etc., etc. So he's referring to some old standard critical points that are 150, almost 200 years old, and then repeated by many of the revivals, for instance.
Yeah, yeah.
So he's in a way he's moving around in commonplaces found in different cultures and subcultures, not only in his own time, but also in previous centuries. So, but have you thought of comparing with some of these other more or less contemporary authors, for instance, because they are obviously discussing some of the same problems?
Yeah, I think that he had a lot of read of Alexander Kielland. No, I haven't made a lot of comparison with his contemporaries. I think he may have a special position, Pontoppidan, because he has been born into the milieu, and at the same time he turns vehemently against it. But I think this ambivalence, it can look a bit bit weird or ridiculous, perhaps expressed in a lecture like this, but I guess it's one of the dynamics in his fiction, where he is exploring these characters, these pastors, where you can have difficulties in grasping, but is this person, is we to look upon him as a positive figure? No, he has some personal backfalls, but on the other hand, he has some very, very interesting points of view. So I think in the novels, he's channeling his ambivalence in a productive and interesting way, I presume, compared to this more abstract confrontation in the lecture.
Thank you very much for your talk. I was reminded on Søren Kierkegaard, because he always is talking about the 1,000 pastors in Denmark who have all the money and they should be poor for praying the gospel. Are there any connections? Of course, he knew Kierkegaard, but are there connections, also citations or something like that in the talk?
No, but it's possible that he has meant the 1,100 pastors as an updating of Kierkegaard. Yeah. I'm not sure that he has made a count, but he may have said in Kierkegaard's time it was 1,000, and now it's 1,100. No, he does not have a lot of quotations, and of course he has read Kierkegaard, but I think he did a more systematic study of Nietzsche. So Nietzsche was perhaps a greater inspiration for him than Kierkegaard.
Yeah, I would have a question as well. So okay. So what I think in your talks. So I haven't read his talk, but I have a feeling that there's even this ambivalence between a nostalgia, a big nostalgia of a lost place, a nostalgia in this case of childhood, of when it was all good and nice, and a fear of nostalgia, because I mean it's actually what he's opposed to, and this this performative fear of nostalgia is perhaps some of these modern and modernizing forces in this talk and in his literature as well.
Yeah, he is often described, Pontoppidan, as a romantic soul, but he kept beating the inner romantic in him. You have there's a lot of scenes in the works where he is mocking or criticizing some nostalgic idyll. Pastoral. He's relentlessly critic of any pastoral harmony. But I think it was his old mother who said that, he looks like a realist on the outside, but romanticism is in his clothes. Ja, det syede ham ind i klæderne, eller sådan noget, sagde hun. That's a very... So he have these very strong inner contradictions in him.
So I mean, I was going to ask a similar question actually. So because you had that, I thought very evocative quote or reference, I think, to James Wood, that talking about pastors is a way to talk about other things. So then my question would be similar. That so is it then talking about this kind of distinction between ideal and reality, and that maybe the impossibility to kind of live up to an ideal, or even that wouldn't even be desirable, but I suppose it's on similar.
Yeah. I think that that was what James Wood thought of these, that the pastor you can use the figure of the pastor to explore these interesting challenges. The pastor is confronted with a very specific or high ideal. How is it possible to live up to this ideal, or is it even desirable to live up to it? How do you avoid the temptation of hypocrisy? And he mentioned some other interesting things, James Wood, which I now have forgotten, but it was when I read this passage in he has a collection of essays and reviews. It was this passage that gave me the inspiration to this project of Pontoppidans pastors.
Yeah, that's just two comments. One is, I mean, this idea with the fat and lazy priests, isn't it a literary topos which is almost as old as religion, at least as old as Protestantism? You know, Luther said that the Pope was fat and lazy and had too much to drink and eat and stuff. I think that's so old and well worn. This topos, really.
Yeah. But he always introduces it with a lot of appetite, Pontoppidan. He does not seem conscious of it being a cliche.
Yeah, it's certainly a cliche, isn't it? But then I had a proposal. I mean, I was fascinated with an issue in your presentation, which is his double position as an insider and outsider, because he's born into this pastoral family and then leaves his background. I just came to think about, you know, my material from the press freedom period. Bunk, I think he's a very similar figure to that extent. You know, his father wasn't a pastor, he was a tailor, but in the pietist congregation he functioned as a lay preacher. And Bunk has exactly the same inside outside. I mean, sometimes he's sort of emerging as a very pious, prophet-like figure, condemning the behavior of Struens and the Queen and stuff. And on the other hand, he's mocking religion, mocking his own father. You know, he may pass continuously from one position to the other. I mean, I just think that there's an interesting issue here: the preacher's son as an author.
Yeah. I think it's the Danish Pontoppidan expert Flemming Behrend who has said that Henrik Pontoppidan did not become a pastor, but as an author, all of Denmark became his parish, and he, as an author, he could circle in all environments and describe them. So there is something about the pastor and the pastor's son as a social type or psychological type. Søren, in his dissertation, uses Simmel's conception of the stranger, and that's another matter because the stranger has this objectivity concerning any environment, any local environment. But perhaps you could describe the pastor or the pastor's son as a social type of another kind.
Perhaps one last remark from my side before we leave. I don't just so a little bit in the same direction, but the other way around. I mean, if he was in some way, I mean, I was thinking about this relationship to Bjørnson, and I mean, the subtext would be, I would like to be a spiritual giant like Bjørnson is, and perhaps I am, but I'm too modest to say. And so that, like, he was trying to put himself in the position of a secular priest, national priest, but outside of church. So this is, and he's perhaps trying to negotiate this coming out and coming into something that is very similar, but outside. So in this. Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure, because you have it's always very difficult to find clear opinions and messages in his fictional works. Many has talked of Pontoppidans tvisyn. I don't know if you're familiar with this concept. That means a dual vision, that it is always very difficult to extract a fixed opinion or to find out which character is representing the author. It is as if he does not want to establish the truth. So he's not a secular pastor in the sense that he has something he wants to preach, but but I think he very much liked the idea that the common people read his novels and found joy in him. There's an anecdote that at a dinner party, the kokkepige, I don't know the word, kokkepige who has made the dinner, she was told that it's Henrik Pontoppidan who is dining at the table in the house tonight. Oh, and she so wanted to meet him and have a little chat with him, and Pontoppidan was very moved, the story goes, because he loved meeting his ordinary readers. So in this sense, he may have seen himself as the pastor who managed to be in contact with his congregation of readers.
Thank you very much. So now we pass we stay with Pontoppidan, yes, but we pass to Søren, that we have to present.
So this is the one for the... No. Okay, så skal vi se, om den kommer her. Okay. Yes. Yes. So I'll finish today's presentations, and in my paper I will focus on Henrik Pontoppidans Det forjættede land. So we have just listened to Nils's presentation, and regarding the different works of Pontoppidan, I will mainly focus on Det forjættede lands depiction of a certain you could say Nordic anti-authoritarian protest culture. And as such, particularly in his early writings, Henrik Pontoppidan, he wrote socially committed literature that followed the Danish Jewish intellectual Georg Brandes' dictum of debating problems. And the Det forjættede land was published in the 1890s, and the story of the novel is said to take place in the previous decade, in the 1880s. And this way, in the period where you could say the struggle for democracy and an improved social order, a welfare state, was most intensive in a Danish context. Instead of focusing on the development of this top-down, centralized type of welfare state system, which we can find in all the Nordic countries today, I will focus on the development of the modern democratic Nordic civil sphere, exemplified then by the Danish case, because a democratic civil sphere is just as important as the development of a well-functioning top-down welfare system if a socially and a economically egalitarian-oriented society is the goal. At least this is a point that I didn't mean to scare you. This is a picture of Jürgen Habermas. At least this is a point that Jürgen Habermas has argued for in his classic work, The Structural Transformation of the Public Sphere. Because according to Habermas, there's a fundamental link and dependence between these two spheres, the system or the state apparatus, and the public sphere or the civil sphere, as I call it in my paper. Because ideally, according to Habermas, the civil sphere is made up of people assembled as a public articulating the needs of society in a state context. In this way, through assembly and dialogue, the civil sphere produces opinions, discourses, and attitudes which support, correct, or challenge the state of affairs. And as such, the civil sphere is the basis of public opinion needed to legitimate authority in our present-day welfare state societies. It should be added that Georg Brandes' modern breakthrough ideal of debating problem, and as such, Henrik Pontoppidans' early writings, as such, in a historical sense, could be seen as an earlier version or interpretation of how this society design, consisting of a state that govern and a civil sphere that debates problems, should interact and be dependent of each other. And based on this Nordic literary context, I would then like to challenge Habermas' argumentation in his classic work. The goal is not to diminish Habermas' importance, but to add nuances based on this alternative Nordic case, so to speak, because according to Habermas, the Western democratic civil spheres were first created through secular-oriented urban networks of the higher bourgeoisie and the nobility, and based on case studies of France, Germany, and England, Habermas argues that the European civil spheres first began to emerge in the 18th century through debates at coffee houses and literary salons. However, as Det forjættede land and other Nordic sources point out, this development seems to have taken a different route in Scandinavia, at least in a rural context, because as seen through Pontoppidans' novel, the development of an egalitarian-oriented Nordic civil sphere was originally cultivated through disagreements and disputes between different Protestant movements. And I will consequently focus on how characteristics which we nowadays celebrate as a core modern virtues, firstly have been developed through disagreements about how the Bible should be interpreted. And I'm in this context speaking about modern democratic virtues such as equality, free speech, the right to free assembly, and the right of everyone, no matter class background and religious beliefs, to criticize and demand reforms of the system. Because in Scandinavia, sophisticated coffee houses and urban literary salons did not really exist in the 18th or the 19th century. And in Det forjættede land, focus is particularly on the relation between the state church pastor, civil servant pastor, and the rural lower class congregation. Because coming from higher bourgeoisie environments, the state church pastor was often identified as upholding a knowledge and authority monopoly by the rural congregation. And the thesis of my paper is consequently that the novel points to a pietistic related anti-authoritarian protest culture as key in the development of a democratic Nordic civil sphere. I will then in my paper focus on how the aesthetical motif of the parsonage as a building site plays a significant role in the context of how this anti-authoritarian protest culture is depicted. But before I come to the novel, I would then first explain how motifs of redesigning of buildings and their interior design can be seen as aspects of Protestant aesthetics. Because when using this term, Protestant aesthetics, of course, as Thomas already have spoken about, we cannot, in books of Martin Luther, Melanchthon, or Philip Jakob Spener, we cannot find any, talk or definition about what Protestant aesthetics is. And also it's clear to clarify that, there does not seem to be one singular category that could be denoted as Protestant aesthetics per se. And rather it seems that, when analyzing cultural products based on this term, we must be aware of, which cultural, national, and regional tradition are focused on. As such, the originally Greek term of aesthetes refers to an epistemological concept that denotes sensory perception, but also referring to the larger process of how human beings make sense of their environment and of themselves through their senses. Following this definition, motifs of Protestant parsonages and in general literary motifs can be said to represent Protestant aesthetics in the sense that these motifs reflect, for example, specific ways of seeing or the implementation of embodied values and imaginations. And in this way, these literary motifs make sense, so to speak, of environmental and cultural perceptions. And in this context, of course, the Protestant tradition has had a major influence all over Scandinavia in the last 500 years. In the analysis, I will then apply a metaphor that's related to an aspect of Protestant aesthetics and this anti-authoritarian protest culture, because the pietist-related protest movements most often argued that the scholarly, learned, higher bourgeoisie and civil servant state church pastors had lost the connection back to the pure, early, authentic Christian church, first established by the apostles of Jesus Christ. And the necessity of re-establishing the connection back to this early Christian church was then emphasized in order to legitimize this protesting against the powerful state church system. And the applied metaphor I will use is borrowed from an article by Richard Jenkins, where he writes that in Northern European pietist-related movements, as a spiritual and ethical disciplining ideal, the rebuilding and the re-establishment of this authentic early Christian church must be an open-ended work process by which this church building remains a building site, but the eye should discern some of the ultimate glory of the building, even if it's unfinished. And as such, this metaphor centers on how the pietist-related Northern European movements typically demanded that there should be a continuous, self-disciplined, spiritual, ethical rebuilding process, both in individual and collective terms. And I will then, in my analysis of the novel, focus on how the key parsonage building of the novel is torn down, rebuilt, and redesigned as part of the struggles between the state church and the pietist-related anti-authoritarian movements. And we can then, through this literary motif, observe how pietist-related Puritan virtues are transferred into aesthetical interior design principles such as minimalism, functionality, and non-materialism. I will focus on 3 characters and 3 key forms of Protestantism, 3 competing forms of Protestantism evident in the novel, in order to follow this motif of the parsonage as a building site. These 3 characters are the reactionary civil servant Pastor Tønnesen, who is the pastor of the parish when the novel begins, and as such, a supporter of the prevailing despotic regime ruling at this time in Denmark, because although the democratic constitution of Grundloven had been declared in 1849, the higher bourgeoisie and nobility party of Højre, the right party, still dictator-like clung to power in the 1880s in Denmark, and Tønnesen represents this authoritarian top-down system. The story of the novel is then set in motion when Pastor Tønnesen gets a younger assisting pastor. This is the main character, Emanuel Hansted. The arrival of Emanuel is in the opening scene, described in a way by which the tale of Moses of the Old Testament is used as a hypertext. And as such, even the title of the novel refers to the tale, to the myth of Moses' God-given role of bringing back his people to the Jewish homeland, the enchanted land, the forjættede land. This biblical reference to the Jewish people as a God-chosen people enslaved by a misguided elite is crucial in understanding the novel's key themes. And the idea that the majority of the Danish people was exploited by a misguided elite of the higher bourgeoisie and nobility was a central motif in general in the modern breakthrough movement. In his main currents lectures back in 1871, Georg Brandes said that the Danish people was at this time like the sleeping beauty wept in a tornerosesøvn. And he urged writers to wake up the Danish people by debating problems. Yet already from the first page, although we get these biblical references, we cannot as readers be certain that Emmanuel really should be conceived as a modern-day Moses who has come to emancipate the Danish people, because the narrator also includes ironical remarks into this image of a modern-day Moses. So this is the tvisyn of Pontoppidan that Niels spoke about. But still, Emmanuel's reformation of the authoritarian pastor role and his redesigning of the parsonage is interesting in relation to this anti-authoritarian protest culture. Regarding the last character, Weaver Hansen, I also understand him as representing this pietist-related anti-authoritarian protest movement. Weaver Hansen could be characterized as a Nordic revivalist archetype, also in the tradition of Haugaardianerne in Norway, in the context of the different layman rural pietist movements in Scandinavia. And Weaver Hansen's anti-authoritarian prayer meeting groups are also called the pietists by the narrator. Weaver Hansen, he demands of the civil servant pastor, no matter if it's Pastor Tønnesen or Emanuel Hansted, that they represent the people, so to speak, and that the state church pastors should be able to speak in a plain in a jævn language that the rural population can use in their lives as ordinary people that arbejder med hænderne, that works physically. That is those, who have physical occupations, peasant-related or craftsman work. Such work was, indeed considered a lower class stigma by the old world bourgeoisie and nobility. So through the first character, Pastor Tønnesen, I will focus on how the parsonage is designed initially in the novel. As mentioned, Pastor Tønnesen supports the authoritarian system he's part of, and he fears liberal democracy and the idea of giving everyone the same rights that men of the bourgeoisie and nobility had at this time. In the time of the novel, the state church pastors were still primary civil servants of the state, and as such they had a lot of civil servant roles and control duties. Particularly important was the confirmation exam, which the pastor conducted based on Protestant catechisms. And I think that, today the confirmation exam has lost its societal importance, but back then it was essential that the lower classes got the confirmation exam. This was sort of the CV at the time. Without having passed the confirmation exam, it was very difficult to get like a normal adult occupation or a craftsman apprenticeship, and you couldn't get married in a church. So you would lose your social status if you didn't get this confirmation exam. And in the novel, we also hear about the lower class layman's dislike of Tønnesen's katekismuslærdom. And the confirmation exam is as such also described as one of Tønnesen's ways of controlling the congregation. One of the other control tasks, and in a Michel Foucault perspective, you could say surveillance tasks of the state church pastors, was additionally that the rural school teachers were obliged to write reports to the pastor. The pastor could then sanction and make inquiries into the curriculum that was being taught and demand changes. And Pastor Tønnesen's favorite occupation is indeed described as this type of authoritarian monitoring of those serving under him in the system by pedantically going through the reports that the teachers in the parish were obliged to write to him. Regarding the parsonage as representing the aforementioned building site aesthetics, we first hear about what Pastor Tønnesen's predecessor as the pastor of the parish did when he first arrived many years ago. This priest was called millionpræsten, the millionary priest, by the lower class congregation, and he got this nickname because he brought with him a huge inherited fortune. And the first thing that the millionary priest then did when he arrived was to tear down the former parsonage building and build up a whole new building from the ground. According, to the motive of the necessary continuous building of the ascetic early Christian church, this demolition of the parsonage symbolizes that the connection back to the early Christian church had been lost. The wealthy millionary priests constructs a whole new parsonage building in a style that mimes the taste of the lower nobility, including a heavy, materialistic, ornamented, luxurious interior style. And Pastor Tønnesen then does not redesign the parsonage when he becomes the new pastor. He maintains the building and the design of the building inside and out as it had been during the millionary priest's time as a state church civil servant pastor. The narrator also tells us that the millionary pastor preferred being left alone by the layman members of his congregation. He avoided becoming part of the local rural community, living in a sort of a luxurious, materialistic nobility bubble. By contrast, Tønnesen wants to build up a closer relationship in the sense that he expects the layman congregation members to recognize him as a higher positioned, untouchable authority figure. Consequently, the layman members should consider his teachings of the catechism and his sermons as the most important spiritual and ethical guidance in their lives. But instead, the lower class congregation reacts to Tønnesen's patronizing sermons by not attending them. And Tønnesen thus delivers his sermons to an empty church room. This makes Tønnesen furious, but he is unable to do anything about it. And as such, the anti-authoritarian protests of the congregation, orchestrated by the astute Wever Hansen, are effective. As the novel develops, it becomes more and more difficult for Tønnesen to continue as pastor of the parish. And after some dramatic events by which Wever Hansen seemingly has made the main character Emanuel his allied partner, the pragmatic bishop of the area makes Emanuel the new state church pastor of the parish. The main character Emanuel Hansted is, like Tønnesen, a product of the powerful civil servant bourgeoisie, embedsborgerskabet. He has, however, developed a deep resentment toward his elite background, although as a theologian he is educated to become part of it. So here again we have this inside-outside stranger character. His resentments are related to how Emanuel remembers his mother, because what characterizes the main character the most, also as an adult, is the deep feeling of loss that he experienced when his mother died when he was only a child. And Emanuel remembers his mother as a depressed woman caught up almost as a prisoner in Emanuel's view, hypocritical urban higher bourgeoisie of Copenhagen. Emanuel interpreted his mother's happy moments in life as having occurred in a higher time, so to speak, before she was married to Emanuel's father, when she was an active supporter of the Grundtvig-related movement Folkesagen in this part of Sjælland, and most likely influenced by Henrik Pontoppidans own pietist-related heritage. Emanuel, however, seems to follow older pietist-related social imaginaries more than he should be conceived as a Grundtvigianer, because rather than, for example, focusing on enlightening the property-owning peasants, as Grundtvig mainly focused on his højskoler, Emanuel focuses on practicing neighborly love by helping the lowest parts of society, those who did not own any property and had no basic rights. And also you could say that the Grundtvig-influenced pastors did not conceive it as part of their calling to use most of their time on hard physical peasant work, but Emanuel spends most of his time doing the peasant work required to be done as a parsonage estate. As we heard, there was actually a lot of land to the parsonage, but usually it would be farmhands that did this, harvesting, plowing, and so on. Emanuel's desire of truly becoming part of the people is also evident in the way that Emanuel marries a poor husmandsdatter, the daughter of a poor smallholding peasant. This was very unusual at this time. And together with his wife, Hansine, Emanuel then builds up sort of a pietist-related, anti-authoritarian, equality-focused utopia where a spiritual perception of ordinary work and the ordinary people is the focal point, and where virtues of simplicity, moderation, non-materialism, austerity, and peasant plainness are followed in the radical redesigning and changed functionality of the parsonage. What seems to be most accomplished at this point is the less distant anti-authoritarian relation between Emmanuel as the new pastor and the congregation, as seen in this description of the redesigning of the parsonage. I'm going to read this loud in Danish. Husets aftengæster, der et par gange om ugen samledes her efter endt arbejde for i fællesskab at opbygges ved samtale, oplæsning og sang, havde allerede indfundet sig og sad inde langs væggene i den store spisesal, der tarveligt belystes af en eneste petroleumslampe. Intet i dette store rum, uden netop stukaturarbejderne og de landskabelige dekorationer over dørene, mindede længere om den salon, hvor i frøken Ragnhild, this is the daughter of Pastor Tønnesen, havde udfoldet sine ekstravagante toiletter mellem bløde tæpper, damaskesgardiner og indlagte møbler. Langs med stuens 4 nøgne vægge løb en ganske simpel træbænk, henover hvilken murernes blå farve var afslidt ind til mands skulderhøjde. Henne under det ene fag stod et langt, hvidskuret egebord. Desuden fandtes der i stuen et par skråstole, og ligesom i Hansines barndomshjem en gammeldags armstol henne ved kakkelovnen. Denne stue, hallen, som egnens folk kaldte den, fordi den i sin strenge simpelhed mindede om de gamle nordiske boliger, udgjorde familiens opholdsrum. Husets øvrige gæster øvrige værelser stod enten ganske tomme eller anvendtes til opbevaring af sæd, uld og foderstoffer. So we can observe these principles of minimalism or simplicity, functionalism, non-materialism and peasant plainness being followed in the new design of the parsonage. Also, concrete peasant work items take up the space. Additionally, regarding the changed functionality of the different rooms, Emmanuel has stopped using Pastor Tønnesen's favorite room, the library. This was where Tønnesen pedantically would go through the reports of the teachers of the parish, and not least, this was where Tønnesen reflected, studied, and prepared for his sermons. By contrast, Emmanuel only uses the library to take a nap after lunch, and he prefers writing his sermons when he does his peasant work, plowing and harvesting his fields. Also, in his interaction with the members of his congregation, he prefers being called friend rather than father or pastor. And elaborating on the building site metaphor, it can be added that at this stage of the novel, as seen in the quote, the parsonage remains as a building after Emmanuel has taken the position as pastor. It's not torn down, but Emmanuel and Hansine radically redesigns the parsonage, including its functionality. Yet it's the same building, the same walls, and the same wooden floors, which the daughter of the former Pastor Tønnesen spent several hours each morning doing her morgentoilette on. And in the context of this anti-authoritarian protest movement, this reformation of the parsonage building is important since, you could say, in a modern welfare state perspective, the goal of these rural pietist movements, as seen through the novel, was not to tear down the existing building, so to speak, by creating revolutions or separatist societies. Rather, they demanded that their protests of being respected as equals and the right to free assembly and freely interpret the Bible according to their ordinary lives were acknowledged as being just as legitimate interpretations as those of the scholarly higher bourgeoisie state church pastors. So now it's necessary to move on to the last of the three characters, Wever Hansen, since in the long run, Emmanuel's pietist utopia does not succeed, and it is indeed Emmanuel's desired but also misunderstood perception of being an organic part of this ordinary people's community that in the end fails, because as the novel develops, it becomes clear that Emmanuel's urban higher bourgeoisie background does not leave him with much first-hand knowledge of how to make it as a self-suppliant peasant working with his hands. Also, there remains skepticism regarding this higher bourgeoisie savior hero. For example, the unofficial leader of the village, Wever Hansen, never directly takes part in Emanuel's reforms. Wever Hansen is, as such, described, characterized by a deep mistrust regarding the spiritual and ethical standards of the higher authorities of society. This mistrust goes back to his childhood, where he was traumatized when he witnessed his father being brutally beaten with a whip by the big landowner he belonged to, so to speak. And as the novel moves on, it becomes clear that Wever Hansen's anti-authoritarian protest continues even after the more folkelige Emanuel Hansted has become the new pastor. Wever Hansen continues to establish new protesting prayer meeting groups, and he also invites pietist layman preachers to come and speak in the parish, and in this way challenge the authority of Emanuel. In the end, Wever Hansen's cunning operations play a big role in why this novel becomes a failed Bildungsroman, where the main character, Emanuel Hansted, instead of fully establishing this egalitarian, ordinary people, utopian society, in fact goes insane. However, following you could say, the topic of this conference, my point is that this character of Wever Hansen is highly interesting, since the novel in this way focuses on how in Scandinavia, in a rural context, there's a long tradition going back to the 18th century of how such pietist-related layman actors created anti-authoritarian but also non-violent protests against the feudal higher authorities, demanding that their individual agency and the equality of ordinary people was acknowledged in the context of how the most important books of all, the Bible, should be interpreted. And you could say that as such, ideally, in any present-day democratic civil sphere, a craftsman or peasant should be able and allowed to debate a problem with anyone, also scholarly educated state church pastors, without being excluded because of background, dialect, or accent even. Moreover, this anti-authoritarian protest culture has played a key role in cultivating the Nordic civil sphere trait of debating how the system, the Nordic welfare state, always must adjust and be reformed in order to remain an egalitarian-oriented system. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Søren. So, questions?
Yeah, it's really thought-provoking and interesting, this use of habemas for the Nordic countries. So I have a question about that. I think there's been recent scholarship that sort of suggests that Habermas's work there on the transformation of the public sphere, in that he was also in a certain way like responding to Heidegger and to his own youthful Heideggerianism, in that he thought that Heidegger's perception of how revelations came about, for example, were too esoteric. They were too much like centered on one person, kind of this almost like old romantic idea of the epiphany, and that instead what he wanted then to kind of bring about this in this work obviously was a more kind of exoteric perception of how solutions and truths can be reached, can be agreed upon, etc. And that's why I wonder in this, when you sort of transfer that model onto the pietist groups and the pietist utopias, my association there is that often even though they as you say, very interesting. Like, can we seem to challenge the kind of the authority, the hegemonic interpretation of the Bible, with alternative interpretations? But I wonder also if you have seen in this novel or later on in these early religious protest movements in Denmark and elsewhere, that they in themselves also became beholden to one truth, in the sense that, as so often is the case with radical movements, that they, as they radicalize, become more and more dogmatic, that they in themselves start kind of arguing for what is essentially an esoteric truth, in the sense that they have seen the light and no one else has. So that they, in fact, close down the space for debate, which they have themselves opened within their kind of small microcosm of their kind of subgroup or whatever.
Yeah. So I think this is a very important point, because, and I was just talking during lunch with Vigdis about in the area where I come from in Jutland. One of these groups originate in there called De stærke jøder, the strong Jews, and so already back in the 1740s, they rebelled against, or they created these protests against the local state church pastor in that area, and in that sense, it's a very you could say progressive democratic trait to argue that your interpretations of the Bible are just as legitimate as the ones of the state church pastors, because they demand the right to form their own congregation, but at the same time, for example, today, in this area, this group is considered, very like backwards, very anachronistic, because, for example, they claim that, for example, women can't be priests in their congregations, and they refuse to shake hands with women priests, for examples. And I guess this, this interconnects with what you're saying, in the sense that some movements can be very progressive in the time where they've been established. We also see this in the case of nationalism. In the 19th century, nationalism in a way was a very progressive movements, because they helped in many different places, to help democracy in forming and leaving the old world behind. But I guess that, today nationalism is, by the majority of people, seen as a very stereotypical, right-wing, fanatic ideology. And of course, my point is not that all nationalism is that, but it's just that, I mean, some ideas seem to be stuck, some movements seem to be stuck in their time, so to speak, and they don't, develop, they don't follow the context, so to speak, Yeah. I don't know if this...
Yeah, it's, with reference to that example of the pietist movements, did that happen? That they ceased being like this kind of progressive openers?
Yeah, so this group, De stærke jøder, was one of the first pietist movements, one of the first like protesting laymen movements in Denmark, in the 1740s. So it's existed for almost 300 years now, and now it seems very backwards. But back then, it was like, it was farm hands, it was maids, it was craftsmen who demanded their equality, in the context of these, civil servant state church pastors. Yeah.
Thank you very much for a thought-provoking and very interesting paper. My question is also refers to Habermas, because it's been a very long time since I've read Strukturwandel der Öffentlichkeit, or I've asked myself, is there a welfare state in Strukturwandel der Öffentlichkeit? Because as far as I remember it, the decline of the bürgerliche Öffentlichkeit begins roughly at the same time when the welfare state structures are established, because it's not related in his argument, of course, but
he speaks about the welfare state as kind of the Western like present day type of like allgemeine state in the last part of this book, at least, you know, in the last chapters, you know, he writes concretely the welfare state, you know, as kind of the modern day universal type of modern Western state system. Yeah.
But is it a symptom of decline, the welfare state, in Habermas' argument? Because as far as I remember, it's also a history of there is the bürgerliche Öffentlichkeit, and then comes the Zerfall of the bürgerliche Öffentlichkeit. And I mean, the welfare state is obviously after that. So how does this relate to the civil sphere?
I mean, I'm not talking about what, you know. I'm merely talking about that Habermas, so to speak, you know, presents this design of a, you know, of a system, and ideally a civil sphere that challenges and corrects the system. This is what I'm talking about, you know. I'm not talking about his whole, you know, argumentation and book and yeah. I don't know if that makes sense or... Okay, yeah.
Well, thank you for a very fascinating paper indeed. I'm a simple historian, as you know. And historians have always been interested in using literature as historical sources, but they never actually found out how to do it. But it strikes me now that you are working with literature, and you transform it into some kind of historical source that is able to read almost one-to-one when it comes to that's my reading of you. The question is actually the same as I asked about Johan Falkberg, because this is a literary universe created by Henrik Pontoppidan and should primarily be understood as such.
Yeah.
But how was actually this specific novel, The Promised Land, used in his time as an argument pro or counter the development of social welfare systems or anything like that, or was it just regarded as a literary work in a way? So what was the political status of this work in contemporary debate?
So let me first, you know, explain that. So this is like one aspect. What I'm talking about here, you know, is one aspect of the ending of the Enchanted Land. But in fact, there's like a tvisyn on this. You know, there's a double vision on this vision of an anti-authoritarian civil sphere, where everyone meet and everyone are equal and so on, you know, on the same page, so to speak. The other vision is the novel ends with a grand meeting at a højskole, where all these different competing forms of Protestantism, because it's not only these three forms of Protestantism, it's in fact like 10 different forms of Protestantism that are presented in the book. And at this meeting, you know, they all demand speaking time, they all demand being heard, and they all demand that their specific interpretation of the Bible is the correct one. So in fact, you know, the novel ends in chaos, you know. And this is a different vision of the modern civil sphere. Not, you know, you could say at least presentable in the context of like an ideal modern welfare state, you know, because what the novel actually ends with is that they're saying, and I think that this is a very, you know, you could say like, you know, compared to the time we live in today, where polarization is very, you know, typical and so on, and where everyone also seems to like to claim that their interpretation of the world is the correct one, you know. So this double vision also creates kind of a dystopia of the modern civil sphere, where democracy, so to speak, is you know, totally fails, you know, because no one can understand the next person's interpretation of the world, but everyone demands that his or her interpretation is the correct and the only legitimate one, you know. So yeah, I don't know if this, but you were talking about how it was received when it came out.
Yeah, or was it regarded as a contribution to political debate of some kind?
So I think that all of Pontoppidan's early writings were considered also as contributions to the political discussions. But as you know, as Niels also said, you know, this is actually the first novel where he creates this tvisyn, because in his previous literature, most often he writes from one position. And so, for example, there's a famous book by him from 1888 called Fra hytterne, where he describes from the cottages, it can be, you know, translated, where he describes the miserable living conditions of rural poor people, you know, who had no basic rights, who had no property and so on. And in fact, this book was a huge part of the first welfare state reform, you know, in Denmark. In 1891, the pension reform was established, and this was a pension reform for poor elderly people who did not own property. And his book, in this way, you know, played a big role in these discussions leading to this, you know, reform. So Pontoppidan was very political, but he sort of changed his, you could say, his themes in the way that they became more and more, or they became more objective in a way due to this tvisyn. So in this novel, I mean, on the one hand, he says that, with this anti-authoritarian bottom-up protest movement, we can create like a perfect democratic society. On the other hand, he's saying when everyone demands that his or her interpretation of the world is the correct one, then the modern civil sphere ends up in chaos, you know. So it's kind of which version you choose, so to speak, you know.
So I think you had a very short last question and a very short last answer.
Thank you, Søren, for a great paper. This is just a comment upon the Habermas thing, because I think in a recent discussion of this famous old book, I think it has been pointed out that Habermas was very ambiguous when he used the word bourgeoisie. It could mean at least three things. I mean, it could refer to the Bürger, to the citizens of state, like in the French Declaration of Human Rights. It could also refer to the capitalists, due to Habermas being a sort of quasi-Marxist. And finally, it could refer to the group among state officials who were not nobles. So the same word can mean three different things. And for instance, Jonathan Israel, in his large investigation of the pamphlets of the French Revolution, makes the strong case that the French Revolution had nothing to do with the revolution of the bourgeoisie in the Marxist sense. If you look at the National Assembly, responsible for the beginning of the French Revolution, right? There were no capitalists, industrialists, merchants in the third estate there. None at all. So he says bourgeoisie here should be interpreted in a different way. It should rather be the part of the state officials who are not nobles. Because those just let me finish the sentence, because he says who were in the third estate. Those were journalists, authors, academics, lawyers, theologians, some nobles that had come over from the second estate, right? So it's a completely different group here, and I just think that this revision of Habermas fits your picture very well, actually, because the idea that you give about what goes on in the civic sphere here looks more like this understanding of the bourgeoisie than this idea that it should be industrial capitalists and, and stuff.
Thank you for helping me, Frederick. But I think that when you read the concrete passages where he speaks about where this free, rational debate develops, he talks about these coffee houses and these literary saloons, and he writes that this was where like the higher bourgeoisie and the nobility would meet to discuss matters, in a secular oriented way. So but your point is also of course good. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So some last practical information for all those that have participated here actively. So the restaurant was at 8 o'clock, yeah, if you remember right.
7:30, I think. Yeah.
7:30.
Yeah. It's 7:30. Yeah.
7:30. Okay. So, and I would propose that we could meet at the hotel at
like a 7:15.
7:15, something like that. For those that would like to have, I propose that some of you perhaps would have like small walking through Strasbourg. We're not too tired. We could do that, but if I see in your eyes, I guess a lot of you would like to have some. But I propose that we can have a visit to at least to Saint-Pierre-le-Jeune, one of the finest Protestant churches here, and so on. So if you would like to, so just stay a minute and we go together, or you just go to the hotel and do what you want. Yeah.
Could you just name
the restaurant? Søren, it was Le Schnoggeloch.
Yeah.
It's called Le Schnoggeloch, or in High German, Schnakenloch. Or yes, so it's an Russian restaurant. I don't know it. It's Søren who's chosen it. So I was.
And where is it? Do you have an address for the restaurant?
It is not too far from the